Chapter 717. Yin Zhaoge met Yin Tianxia's gaze. While it was only a will, Yin Zhaoge felt like he had truly traversed thousands of years, coming face to face with this hegemon of a generation many years ago. Now, he finally knew where Yin Tianxia's coffin had been empty and where his body had gone. The setup of this dim, radiant emperor after his death had actually been to transform himself into this dim, radiant wheel. A supreme treasure that surpassed sacred artifacts. An immortal artifact of legend. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. To think that I would actually see an immortal artifact here. Even though it is an incomplete immortal artifact, it was just like how not all martial saints had holy weapons with them. Immortal artifacts were even rarer. One had to be at the cultivation base of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia at the very least before one could attempt to forge it. Not every expert above the martial saint realm possessed an immortal weapon. This had been the case in pre-Great Calamity times. For example, the Flame Devil Emperor who had created the lineage of the Flame Devil world did not possess an immortal artifact. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia had been a brilliant shooting star, stunning the world. Yet, he had also perished very quickly. While the dim radiant sect was wealthy, the materials for forging immortal artifacts were still scarce. Without sufficient time to accumulate and consolidate, it was common knowledge that the dim radiant sect did not possess immortal artifacts. Yin Tianxia's accompanying treasure that everyone was familiar with was the high-grade sacred artifact, the dim radiant lamp. Yin Zhaoge had not thought that the dim radiant emperor would actually have used himself as a part of the immortal artifact, the dim radiant wheel, after his death. Looking at the dim radiant wheel, other than desire, Yin Zhaoge's first reaction was more of doubt. The dim radiant emperor's actions were really too bizarre. Was it to leave behind a supreme treasure for his descendants? Or was it purely to fulfill his unfulfilled wish in life? Shocking tides surged within Yin Zhaoge's heart. Or perhaps this immortal artifact was the method that the dim radiant emperor prepared for his own resurrection. There was another possibility. The dim radiant emperor had painstakingly forged this treasure before his death in order to seal away a certain secret. Perhaps it was related to his death that year and the dim radiant sect's decline from its peak. Looking at the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia before him, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. While Xiao AI could not see the dim radiant emperor's image, she asked curiously, "Young master, is this a high-grade sacred artifact?" "No, this is an immortal armament. However, it is yet to be completed," Yin Zhaoge answered. "Or rather, this is an embryonic immortal artifact. It would be more appropriate to call it an embryonic immortal artifact." Xiao AI's mouth gaped open for a long time. She had never seen an immortal weapon before, but she had heard Xue Chuqing mention the legends regarding immortal weapons. Yin Zhaoge saw the white-robed girl's eyes turn bright as they had never been before. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be countless black iron wheels rolling up and down. At this moment, in Xiao AI's eyes, the originally unremarkable black iron wheels seemed to have turned into coins that were round on the outside and square on the inside, flashing with an incomparably alluring luster. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes, waving a hand in front of Xiao AI's eyes. Young master, this thing. Xiao AI regained her wits. Swallowing her saliva, she spoke rather incoherently, gesturing wildly at the dim radiant wheel and then at Yin Zhaoge. "You definitely. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, "Relax. Whether it is a fortuitous encounter or a calamity is still uncertain. Even if it is a fortuitous encounter, it would not be so easy to obtain it." Xiao AI finally managed to catch her breath with much difficulty as she tugged at Yin Zhaoge's sleeve, looking at him with an expression of worship on her face. "Young master, you definitely have a way, right?" Yin Zhaoge said, rather amusedly. "First, not speaking of the fact that your cultivation base is still low. Even with my current cultivation base, it would still be impossible for me to wield the power of an immortal artifact. While delicacies are good, you can only look at them and not eat them. You don't have to be so enthusiastic, right?" Xiao AI said righteously. "Such a good treasure. Just looking at it fills one with bliss. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, smiling as well. If you put it this way, it does seem to make sense. He turned to look at the dim radiant wheel once more, feeling the concept within as he analyzed the principles of the legendary dim radiant 12 arts. Time passed bit by bit. Yin Zhaoge remained silent and unmoving. Now, Xiao AI had calmed down as well, gazing nervously at Yin Zhaoge, yet not daring to disturb him. Every time her gaze fell on that tranquil black wheel, she could not help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, just feeling like a cat was scratching at her heart. After who knew how long, the world they were in suddenly shook intensely for a moment. Yin Zhaoge snapped out of his contemplation, raising his brows. Xiao AI's expression changed slightly. Someone else has come. The foreign dimension that the altar was in was gradually enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark. Yin Zhaoge's mind was connected to the dim radiant wheel as the world before him suddenly fell into darkness. Then, amidst the boundless darkness, the light of a lamp suddenly lit up, resembling the light of the very beginning. It's the dim radiant lamp. Luo's Yuan has completely refined the dim radiant lamp, Yin Zhaoge said knowingly. Luo Zan, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had originally possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the sun-moon wheels. Now, he had even refined the dim radiant lamp, which was also a high-grade sacred artifact. Who in the entire dim radiant mausoleum could still contend with him? Currently searching with the help of the dim radiant lamp, he had shockingly arrived outside the stone door, attempting to open it and barge into this foreign dimension. Xiao AI looked nervously at Yin Zhaoge. Young master, Yin Zhaoge smiled, there's still time. Still grasping the dim radiant wheel with one hand, he flicked his sleeve with the other. Feng Yunsheng, who had been swept and kept away by his true essence earlier, leaping out. Xiao AI stared wide-eyed at Feng Yunsheng, who had appeared before her. Feng Yunsheng nodded and smiled at her. Yin Zhaoge said, "Be fast." Feng Yunsheng smiled. "Of course, there's nothing I can do if too much time passes." Dim blue radiance suddenly lit up within her pupils, resembling two cold suns that illuminated the surrounding area. A powerful aura that shook the heavens and the earth emanated from her body as the cold sun divine saber behind her was mightily unsheathed, landing within her hand. Principles intermingled, runes extending as the surface of the cold sun divine saber and Feng Yunsheng's skin were both enveloped by dim blue patterns of light, a brutal, destructive, terrifying aura rising unceasingly. She circled to the other side of the dim radiant wheel, standing face-to-face with Yin Zhaoge. The saber was pointed forward, right at the center of the dim radiant wheel. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened as the power of reverse moon was infused within the dim radiant wheel as well, combining with Feng Yunsheng's valiant power of reverse sun. The cyclic heavenly scripture circulated, reversing the heavens and earth, reversing yin and yang. Streams of light instantly shot out from the surface of the jet-black dim radiant wheel, illuminating the bodies of Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Streams of air flowed out of the 12 holes and enveloped the entire altar. The next moment, the dim radiant wheel slowly rose amidst infinite radiance, resembling eternal darkness. The trajectory of its rise seemed to divide the boundary between light and darkness for the world before it. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng rose alongside the dim radiant wheel. Now, the surrounding heavens and earth were already gradually enveloped by dim light. Darkness suddenly appeared amidst the light. A speck of light appeared at the center of the darkness. Continued to be continued. Chapter 718. Amidst the dim light that obscured the heavens and covered the earth, boundless darkness appeared. Amidst this darkness, a speck of light suddenly blossomed, bright and dazzling. Amidst the radiance was a speck of light. The light flickered lightly, breaking through the all-encompassing dim light as it descended at the core of this foreign dimension, arriving before the altar. That solitary lamp was, shockingly, the dim radiant lamp. Numerous bright patterns of light surfaced on the surface of the lamp, seemingly eternal and inextinguishable, guided by the light. A few figures appeared within this foreign dimension. The person at the front was garbed in black, a sun and a moon coiling above his head as a shocking aura emanated from him without any concealment whatsoever. Swiveling his head, Yin Zhaoge saw the figure of the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, driving the dim radiant lamp forward with the sun-moon wheels above his head. Luo Ziyuan truly illuminated the 9 heavens at this moment. Beside Luo Ziyuan were Guisong and the others. Not all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had entered the dim radiant mausoleum had arrived. This was because Luo Ziyuan had felt that there was an existence even more important and powerful than the dim radiant lamp within the mausoleum. Therefore, he had hurried over as quickly as he could. With the mausoleum currently unable to transform into space, Luo Ziyuan could only find a limited number of people. Still, as long as he had the dim radiant lamp and the sun-moon wheels, it was already sufficient for Luo Ziyuan. Illuminated by the radiance of the dim radiant lamp, that terrifying aura which had caused the hearts of Luo Ziyuan and the others to palpitate and press down on them to the point of suffocation no longer affected them at this moment, as they instead felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was as though they were enjoying the grace of their ancestors. Luo Ziyuan's gaze first fell on the dim radiant wheel on the altar. A look of shock involuntarily appeared within his eyes. It seems like it has not been successfully forged yet. However, let alone the sun-moon wheels, even the dim radiant lamp at its peak would probably be far inferior to it. What exactly? The expressions of Guisong and the others beside Luo Ziyuan were all uncertain as well. Could it be an immortal artifact of legend? Luo Ziyuan inhaled deeply. Could it be that this is the greatest secret of the dim radiant mausoleum, and also its most precious treasure? With the dim radiant lamp in hand, Luo Ziyuan had only felt gratified and joyous. Now, however, looking at the dim radiant wheel, he was virtually unable to control himself. Beside him, Guisong and the others all revealed looks of great joy as well. They cannot be blamed for losing their composure. The significance behind the dim radiant wheel was truly far too great. The dim radiant wheel before them was still in its embryonic form, having yet to be completely refined. However, it was already exceptionally powerful. If the refinement was completed, it would be the #1 treasure of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory without a doubt. Luo Ziyuan himself had advanced further in his cultivation base, stepping into the immortal bridge stage. As he wielded the dim radiant wheel, even the southeastern exalt would be unable to do anything to him. In the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Radiant Light sect could completely do as they pleased. Now that they had reached this point, they had truly taken an incomparably solid step in restoring the former glory of the dim radiant sect. The lifelong ambition of the ancestors of the Radiant Light sect and himself, Luo Ziyuan, would truly see light and hope. Luo Ziyuan's gaze swept across the mountain of treasures beneath the altar, and his eyes narrowed again. His gaze finally fell on the top of the altar once more, gazing at the dim radiant wheel and Yin Zhaoge, who was currently grasping it. The blazing heat in Luo Ziyuan's eyes abruptly retreated, turning icy cold. Yin Zhaoge appraised Luo Ziyuan all over, smiling with a composed expression on his face. While you possess the sun-moon wheels and also possess the dim radiant lamp, being able to arrive so quickly, it should be because you did not spend any time on the dim darkness sect. This means that the dim darkness sect's Chief Zhou and the others retreated of their own accord when you were refining the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan's gaze was icy cold, not rippling in the least. Don't try to stall for time. There is no use at all. The supreme treasure of the dim radiant light sect left behind by the Emperor only has one current owner, and that is my sect. How is it something that you can touch? He raised his palm towards Yin Zhaoge from afar, his index and middle fingers forming a sword before he stabbed outwards. Let go. A sword light that was swift as a streak of light instantly traversed space, seemingly having no time at all, as it was already before Yin Zhaoge. As an expert of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, This sword was virtually swift to the point that even Yin Zhaoge was unable to capture its trajectory. However, Yin Zhaoge completely ignored that sword light. The mightily rotating dim radiant will suddenly halted at this moment. Luo Ziyuan's radiant light sword of an instant suddenly changed direction, brushing past Yin Zhaoge. The 12 slots on the black metal wheel all resembled dark abysses, resembling 12 dim worlds. The bright sword light abruptly split apart amid space, transforming into 12 streaks of light, which separately entered the 12 slots of the dim radiant wheel. Dragging things out a little longer would actually be you all who would benefit from it. You would be able to remain immersed in your sweet dreams for a little longer. The smile at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth gradually turned cold. Now, you have awoken from your dreams. Huh? Luo Ziyuan's pupils dilated intensely. Those of the Radiant Light sect were all bewildered. Yin Zhaoge, being able to wield the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal, had already left them feeling that it was inconceivable. How could he possibly be able to wield even this supreme treasure, which seemed to be an immortal artifact? It was not him who wielded this supreme treasure. Instead, he made use of the mechanism used to forge it originally. That mechanism was left behind by the Emperor. Luo Zhan roared, "Destroy the altar down below, and he will not be able to touch the treasure in the slightest." Guisong and the others immediately lunged downwards. However, before they had even neared, that altar mightily shattered on its own. The dim radiant wheel that had come to a standstill began rotating once more. The dim blue light within Feng Yunxing's pupils dissipated as she immediately retracted her saber and retreated. Yin Zhaoge roared in a low tone, "Rise." The dim radiant wheel left Yin Zhaoge's palm, continuing to rise into the air, resembling the center of the world wherever it passed. The dim radiant lamp before Luo Ziyuan suddenly trembled intensely. The next moment, its bright light was suddenly extinguished. Luo Ziyuan's expression changed. Just as he was about to stop it, he saw the dim radiant lamp fly into the air, directly breaking free of his control as it flew towards the dim radiant wheel. The bright, dazzling patterns on the surface of the ancient lamp rapidly faded, becoming dim and lusterless once more as it was simple and solemn. Luo Ziyuan's eyes looked like they were about to implode. While he had not come into contact with the dim radiant will like Yin Zhaoge had, the scene before him had also caused him to come to a realization. From the very beginning, in the plans of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia, this dim radiant lamp had been one of the raw materials needed to forge the dim radiant wheel. Unless they could break through Yin Tianxia's ritual, whoever obtained the dim radiant lamp, they would not be able to retaliate at all against the dim radiant wheel. It was its destiny to be absorbed and merged with the dim radiant wheel. However, while they understood this logic, how could Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect accept it? They had gone through innumerable trials and tribulations, plotted for innumerable days, searched for innumerable clues to find this dim radiant mausoleum. After a great battle with the dim darkness sect, and even having their mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable light armor, destroyed, they had finally obtained the dim radiant lamp. In the end, it had all been for naught, having been taken away so easily. Looking at this scene, Luo Ziyuan and the others felt their vision go black, and they saw stars. To be continued. Chapter 719. The light of the dim radiant lamp was extinguished, traversing space as it shot towards the dim radiant wheel like a tired bird returning to the forest. The dim radiant wheel halted its rotation once more. Suddenly, one of the 12 abyss-like holes released rays of light. The dim radiant lamp was swept up by that light, entering this hole and disappearing. The next moment, the light faded completely as the dim radiant wheel began to rotate once more. However, an even more terrifying aura spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Luo Zhan forcibly stabilized his emotions, which had almost gone out of control. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel, he roared in a heavy tone, "The dim radiant lamp is also one with this treasure. As long as we obtain this treasure, the result will be the same. With a low bellow, Luo Zon struck out with both hands and slashed forward. The revolving sun and moon above his head instantly transformed into two terrifying saber lights, one from the left and one from the right, as they descended towards Yin Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Wherever the saber light passed, everything in the void seemed to be purified by the boundless light. Not even ashes were left behind. The divine light blade's domineering and forceful nature was vividly displayed by Luo Ziyuan. Before the eyes of Yin Zhaoge and the others, other than a vast expanse of white radiance, nothing else could be seen. Luo Ziyuan's gaze was ice-cold. Although it might be an immortal armament, it has not been refined yet. It is only an embryonic form. Also, without a master controlling it, Luo Ziyuan was confident that with his own strength and a high-grade sacred artifact, he would at least be able to temporarily lock down the dim radiant wheel. Hurry and make your move. Not needing Luo Ziyuan to say anything else, Guisong and the others had already lunged towards Yin Zhaoge's group once more. Feeling the changes in the dim radiant wheel, Yin Zhaoge smiled as he released his Northern Ocean clone, also smiling as he said to Feng Yunsheng and Xiao Ai, "We can slowly split the treasures below later on." Amidst his words, the Northern Ocean clone descended, spreading his palm as he directly uprooted a treasure mountain and kept it. The Northern Ocean clone brandished both hands, his other hand going to collect another pile of treasures that were piled up like a mountain. It was as if he did not see Guisong and the others who had already descended from the sky. Guisong snorted coldly. "Come, let this old man see if you really have the ability to escape from a mid-seeing divinity, martial saint." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "Worry about yourself first." After having absorbed the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel in the air up above spun faster and faster. As the black iron wheel spun, the foreign space they were in began to distort. A massive vortex seemed to have been formed with the dim radiant wheel at its center, sucking in its surroundings unceasingly. Luo Zon's great light blade shattered, revealing the sun and the moon, one gold and one silver. Under Luo Ziyuan's control, the sun-moon wheels attempted to lock down the dim radiant wheel. However, when the radiance of the golden sun and silver moon came into contact with the dim radiant wheel, the black metal wheel, which had already been astonishing in the first place, suddenly erupted with an even more astonishing aura. A figure appeared with the dim radiant wheel at its center. He was dressed in black clothes and a white robe, had black hair and white brows, was tall, and had a dignified expression. It was shockingly the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. "Disperse." The unhurried voice seemed to have traveled through the ages and resounded once again in the present world. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Luo Zon, Guisong, and the others, an unprecedentedly bright radiance shot out from the illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor, sweeping through everything in its surroundings. The golden wheels of sun and moon were sent flying. The foreign dimension began to collapse. A stone gate flashing with seven-colored light appeared in the void, its surface mottled and peeling. After the outer layer of stone had been completely shattered and peeled off, the lustrous jade light shook as a great gate of white jade appeared before everyone's eyes. The great gate of white jade expanded amid space, quickly becoming more than 10 times larger than the original stone gate. The tall gate seemed not to be for people to pass through, instead being open for divinities and immortals above the 9 heavens. Now, a light dragon shot out from within the gate, similarly flickering with 7-colored radiance. "It looks like this thing was not left for you." Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly as the Northern Ocean clone collected all the treasures, bringing along Feng Yunsheng, Xiao Ai, Ahu, and Pan Pan and flying into the air. The 7-colored light dragon lowered its head, opening its mouth and swallowing all of them before flying back to the great gate of white jade. Now, a layer of 7-colored radiance shockingly surfaced on the dim radiant wheel as well. Luo Ziyuan was taken aback. That stone gate and the mechanism jointly created this foreign dimension. This stone gate was a part of the mechanism from the very beginning. that Yin Zhaoge first refined the stone gate? The dim radiant wheel left the illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor, landing within the great gate of white jade along with the seven-colored light dragon. The great gate of white jade mightily closed. However, the seven-colored radiance still flickered unceasingly, the roars of dragons resounding amidst the radiance. Accompanied by the roars of dragons, a massive, majestic palace appeared. Then, amidst the seven-colored radiance, the palace gradually began merging with that great gate of white jade. Finally, the great gate of white jade shockingly transformed into the door of a palace, the seven-colored radiance dissipating as only numerous silhouettes of dragons remained coiling above the great hall. Within the great hall, Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. Yet, the dim radiant wheel ceased circulating, completely devoid of any aura as it fell into the depths of the great hall, no longer moving. However, a blurry light that was neither bright nor dark emanated from the surface of the myriad dragon palace, protecting it as it gradually vanished amidst the darkness of space. Those of the Radiant Light sect were unwilling to accept this, as they wanted to stop the pursuit. Yet, the silhouetted figure of the dim radiant emperor shook mightily amid space, exploding and transforming into a rain of light. Where the rain of light passed, the foreign dimension, which had already been collapsing originally, was completely destroyed. Violent, chaotic flows of space swept the area, actually causing the entire dim radiant mausoleum to begin collapsing as well. The actual mausoleum and illusory space intersected unceasingly, causing storms that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth to spread even further out of the mausoleum, destroying everything. The eyes of those of the Radiant Light sect bulged. Could it be that the existence of this dim radiant mausoleum is not for the Emperor's own matters at all, but for the sake of forging that supreme treasure? Now that the ritual had come to an end, the dim radiant mausoleum had also completed its historical mission. It was just that Luo Ziyuan and the others were feeling sad at this moment. The terrifying, chaotic flows of space were even more terrifying, even more violent than they had ever been before. Even Luo Ziyuan, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, would be hard-pressed to protect himself as he had to rely on the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were scattered in all directions, only able to struggle amidst the shocking tides. The Sun-Moon Wheels had separated earlier, now being jolted flying in two different directions. Luo Ziyuan barely managed to grab the Sun Wheel, yet could only watch helplessly as the Moon Wheel was swept away in another direction, vanishing amidst the chaotic flows of space. He wanted to chase after it, yet he who only had the Sun Wheel was only able to barely resist the terrifying, chaotic flows of space as he was forced to go along with the flow. Having been damaged for many years, the Moon Wheel, which had finally been repaired recently, had yet to be warmed in his hand when it was lost once more. This time, even where to look for it had become a problem, as it had almost been lost. The dim radiant wheel was gone. The dim radiant lamp was gone. Even the sun-moon wheels, which had originally belonged to him, had been destroyed. Luo Ziyuan's enraged roar resounded amid space as he was unable to suppress it any longer. To be continued. Chapter 720. The eruption of the chaotic flows of space had begun with the dissipation of the silhouette of the dim radiant emperor. Thanks to the dim radiant wheel, the surface of the myriad dragon palace was enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance, which ensured its safety as it traversed the chaotic flows of space. Otherwise, even having refined the door of white jade, the myriad dragon palace would only have been destroyed amidst such terrifying tides. Yin Zhaoge and the others within the palace would naturally not have it easy either. Now, however, they could sit stably on the fishing platform. Still, Yin Zhaoge noticed that the dim radiant wheel had gradually fallen silent. Even having absorbed the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel was still incomplete as it was still a half-finished product. There was still a long way to go before it could truly become an immortal artifact of legend that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Yin Zhaoge attempted to communicate with it, but received no response. This treasure that had just displayed its splendor seemed to have become a completely inconspicuous black metal wheel now, as it hovered silently amidst the numerous layers of space within the myriad dragon palace. Still, Yin Zhaoge was not in a rush, as he just gazed at that black metal wheel and observed it carefully. Everything that had happened earlier had mostly been within his predictions, even having been single-handedly brought about by him. Still, some things had allowed Yin Zhaoge to see through many things that he had not known previously. Young master. Ahu rubbed his hands, curiously coming over from the side. What else did we gain this time besides this thing? Yin Zhaoge smiled. If we're talking about benefits that can immediately be seen, this is the best. The Northern Ocean clone smiled, spreading open his palm as light was emitted from it. The next moment, a grayish-white object that resembled a bone appeared on the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Ahu looked curiously at that bone, carefully identifying it for a long time before confirming that he had never seen it before. It looks like the spine of something, a vertebra. Ahu scratched his big head. Instead, it was Pan Pan who came over from the side, his nose twitching forcefully as he looked like he somewhat understood. He himself had never seen the other party's kin before. Still, engraved deep within his bloodline, his ancestral memories vaguely gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Pan Pan stared at it for a moment before revealing an expression that read, "While I don't recognize it, it looks very tasty." Then, he licked it with his tongue, moving toward that bone. The Northern Ocean clone, however, stopped him now as Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Wait, it's fine if it's anything else, but I can't let you eat this." Pan Pan blinked, as if not understanding, once more extending his tongue to lick that piece of bone. Bang! Yin Zhaoge snappily flicked his big forehead. "Stop acting dumb with me. It's not like you don't understand what I'm saying." Pan Pan hugged his head with his two front paws, opening his mouth wide and revealing a simple and honest smile. Looking at that bone, Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "To you, it is merely a delicacy. But to my Northern Ocean clone, it is something that could not be any better." The Northern Ocean clone smiled, force surging from his palm as that grayish-white bone shook. The grayish-white color gradually dissipated, and rays of golden light shot out from the bones. The entire bone became bright and translucent, like a golden crystal. The skeleton seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate incessantly. Rumbling sounds came from within the skeleton, as if it was a desolate roar that had traveled through the ages. Within the golden light, there was a vague illusion. In the illusion, there was a vast and boundless sea. Amidst the roiling waves, a massive figure could vaguely be seen traversing within. Massive waves that surged to the heavens, violent tsunamis, were all crushed to smithereens as this massive figure approached. As this massive black figure floated upwards, gradually arriving at the sea's surface, it resembled a small piece of land as its length and width were hard to estimate. The black figure finally surfaced from the water surface. It was shockingly and incomparably massive Kuan. The massive Kuan swam within the sea, its vast, majestic power manifesting as it seemed able to carry the heavens and the earth on its back. This massive Kuan leapt up from the seawater, transforming into a similarly massive rock in midair. The great rock spread its wings, instantly soaring above the 9 heavens as it vanished amidst the sky, no traces of it left to be found. Seeing this, Ahu turned his gaze towards Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, blurting out, "Kuanpung." "That's right." Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. "This is precisely a Kuanpung bone." Illuminated by the golden light, a silhouette appeared as that Kuanpung bone that was bright and clear as crystal gradually regained its original appearance, its size beginning to expand rapidly. From the looks of it, it would become much larger than the myriad dragon palace. A satisfied look appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. This is the spine of a pure-blooded Kuanpung, condensed within the concept of that Kuanpung, pure and abundant. The Northern Ocean clone extended his hands, pressing down on that Kuanpung bone. Beneath his true essence, the Kuanpung bone ceased expanding. Still, everyone could still feel the surging aura within. Light surged on the Northern Ocean clone's palm, seemingly able to contain the heavens and the earth within a speck of dust. The Kuanpung bone vanished, but golden light surged about the Northern Ocean clone's entire body. Amidst a breath's time, the golden light rapidly turned black before changing back the next instant, repeating the cycle. The Northern Ocean clone sat in a meditative position, his eyes tightly shut as he entered a meditative state, no longer speaking as he was fully focused on refining that Kuanpung bone. It was not just absorbing its essence qi. More importantly, it was experiencing the concept that originated from the true, ferocious beast, the Kuanpung. Like this, it combined with the Northern Ocean clone's own martial arts foundation as he began his assault towards a higher level. Seeing that the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation was already on the right track, Yin Zhaoge turned his attention back to other things. The treasures beneath the altar were as numerous as clouds. While analyzing the dim radiant wheel, Yin Zhaoge had also successfully obtained the most powerful martial art of the dim radiant sect, the dim radiant 12 arts. Yin Zhaoge knew that there were martial arts that surpassed the dim radiant 12 arts. Still, he was very interested in this one. This was because he discovered that this supreme martial art vaguely resembled the primordial chaos somewhat. This was extremely rare. This was because the primordial chaos, the source of all profundities, was the might of the founder of the Jade, clear lineage, the Lord of primordial beginning. The second scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the origin heavenly scripture of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures, symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness, the original one. The origin heavenly scripture could be simultaneously cultivated in by many. Still, only a single person could attain major accomplishment in it. Whoever attained major accomplishment first would block off the path of others. As for the peerless heavenly scripture, the head of the 10 scriptures and the source of all arts, it was even more extreme. The Lord of primordial beginning was unique. The peerless infinity of all things returning to nothingness was similarly unique. Only after the Lord of primordial beginning had transcended would others be able to cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. Also, only a single person could cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture at the same time. Once this position was occupied, it would be impossible to displace it unless the cultivator died. Not long ago, Yin Zhaoge had discovered that even his Northern Ocean clone was unable to comprehend the peerless heavenly scripture as he could only cultivate it himself. Like this, others might be able to see through him when he executed the peerless heavenly scripture. Now, with the dim radiant 12 arts, he would be able to conceal this somewhat. To be continued. Chapter 721. Before having come to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge had already had a premonition. Because legacies had been preserved more completely, there might even be experts who had survived the great calamity. The knowledge and vision of the peak figures of the world beyond worlds were not something that the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world could compare to. As Yin Zhaoge executed the various secret arts of the heavenly court's divine palace of pre-great calamity times, there might be people in the world beyond worlds who would recognize them. After arriving here, his premonition gradually came true. Still, Yin Zhaoge had ways to deal with most of them. The cyclic heavenly seal was concealed by the heavenly broad creed palm. When it was truly used, it would change in secret, retracting as soon as it was released, its traces fleeting and fleeting. The immortal endsword was ever-changing in the first place. So long as one grasped the appropriate degree of control, it would not be as easy to recognize as it had been the first time he'd used it to kill Nong Yuxuan and the others. Comparatively speaking, the bigger problem was the peerless heavenly scripture, which was not easy to conceal. However, with the dim radiant 12 laws now, the situation had improved greatly. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was rather interested in the dim radiant 12 arts. While it is only a very shallow bit, the dim radiant emperor is indeed a hero of his generation for being able to comprehend the true intent of peerless infinity on his own. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Still, It is a pity that it is precisely because of this that I have blocked my path of advancement. Limitless before the original one, it was both the beginning of the beginning and the end of the end. The primordial Lord of Heaven was one of a kind. Wuji was also one of a kind. The second book of the primeval era, the origin heavenly scripture, could only be cultivated by one person to the great accomplishment realm. The peerless heavenly scripture, on the other hand, could only be cultivated by one person from the very beginning. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia was not the only one who had the ability to comprehend the true intent of peerless infinity. But everyone, without exception, gave up on this path, because the peerless heavenly scripture already stood at the peak. Although the matters of the world weren't necessarily the same as the path of seeking the Tao was always one that carried on the past and opened up the future. However, the problem was that the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had successfully transcended. This proved that the path he had taken could almost be said to have reached a dead end. Those who came later wanted to walk the same path, but the result was that the path became narrower and narrower until there was no path left to walk, and in the end, they still had to return to the peerless heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge did not know if Yin Tianxia had realized this. Analyzing the true intent of peerless infinity, he had created the dim radiant 12 arts that surpassed the dim radiant scripture, allowing him and the dim radiant sect to attain unprecedented heights. But if he could not find another way to jump out of the fence, this height would be his end. No one knew what Yin Tianxia was thinking back then. Dying prematurely at the prime of his life had caused all his future possibilities to turn into bubbles. As Yin Zhaoge analyzed the dim radiant 12 arts and compared them with his peerless heavenly scripture, countless thoughts also flashed through his mind. At the same time, only one person could cultivate the peerless heavenly scripture. There was one person who had already begun to comprehend the peerless heavenly scripture and was already on the right path of cultivation. Even if the others knew about the peerless heavenly scripture, they could only lament their inadequacy. Back in the Eight Extremities world, when he had chosen his fundamental martial arts and established his foundation, he had also rejoiced at the fact that this seat had not been occupied by someone else. After all, since the ancient times until now, the peerless heavenly scripture was one of the top ultimate techniques, and there were even times and occasions where the word one of could be removed. Still, at the time, he had wondered if there were others who coveted this supreme martial art. Was he the only one in this world who grasped the essence of the peerless heavenly scripture? In pre-great calamity times, he had never heard of anyone cultivating in the peerless heavenly scripture. There seemed to be a contradiction here. Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position on the ground, pondering as he silently circulated his profound art. Scenes of half light and half darkness, half white and half black, gradually appeared on his body. As the light flickered, there seemed to be a blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark, enveloping his entire body. With the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, Yin Zhaoge cultivated in the dim radiant 12 arts much more quickly and easily than others. Ceasing his thoughts, Yin Zhaoge regained his wits. He saw that Pan Pan was already having a good time amidst the treasure mountain, and Ahu was currently holding a pile of rare and precious green underworld golden pages, smiling to the point where only his teeth could be seen. Oh, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt rather curious. Hadn't a new little money grubber just been added to his team? According to his previous impression of her, she should be like Pan Pan now, having thrown herself entirely into a pile of treasures. Where was she? Swiveling his head, Yin Zhaoge almost laughed out loud. He saw that Xiao AI was currently near Feng Yunsheng, staring nervously at her. Feng Yunsheng did not feel uncomfortable being appraised by her, as she instead revealed an amused smile on her face as she looked back at Xiao AI. In the end, Xiao AI was the first to be unable to bear it as she nervously came over to Yin Zhaoge's side, asking, Young master, this shouldn't be. Yin Zhaoge asked casually, shouldn't be what? Xiao AI grit her teeth, asking in a suppressed voice. Shouldn't be young mistress, right? Yin Zhaoge smiled as he glanced at Feng Yinsheng. Why do you ask this? What are you basing this on? A man and a woman traveling together might not necessarily be a couple. Feng Yinsheng looked rather interested as she wanted to see how Xiao AI would answer. Xiao AI curled her lips, looking like she was about to cry. The way she looks at you is different. More importantly, the way you look at her is different too, young master. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng both laughed upon hearing her words. Xiao AI was just short of hugging Yin Zhaoge's leg as she wailed loudly. Young master, you can't be like this. Such a handsome figure like you should be able to pass through countless flowers without a single leaf touching you. Young master, can you not look for young mistress? Being single is perfect. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. So you mean that I should be a bachelor for life? Looking pitifully at Yin Zhaoge, Xiao AI nodded repeatedly. Yin Zhaoge was amused whilst also exasperated as he flicked his finger on her forehead. Feng Yinsheng could not help but smile. Xiao AI appeared listless. Young master, now that you have a young mistress, this maid is going to lower your rating from A to A. Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Don't be like this. Let's discuss this and adjust your rating appropriately. Your original rating is really too inhumane. Ahu's eyes now swiveled as he came before Yin Zhaoge, asking secretly, Young master, isn't Miss Feng already with you now? Have you eaten her yet? Yin Zhaoge chuckled, Not yet. As compared to me, her body is currently a little weak, unable to withstand my attacks. Feng Yunxing's face did not turn red as she said smilingly, Many thanks for your pity. With their relationship no longer the same, Yin Zhaoge was much more open with his words. He appraised Feng Yunxing all over before smiling in a very dirty manner. Actually, there are many other ways. Feng Yunxing rolled her eyes exasperatedly. For example, Yin Zhaoge dragged out the word as he looked at Feng Yunxiang with a sneaky gaze. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to be too explosive as his gaze shifted downwards, finally landing on Feng Yunxing's hand. Feng Yunxiang bared her teeth, chuckling. All right, you can lie down. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Relax, I'll obediently lie down in the mu shape and let you do whatever you want. Feng Yunxiang was taken aback. It should be the shape, right? The next moment, she reacted, her hands at her waist as she smiled, still the Tai shape. This time, it was Yin Zhaoge's turn to be taken aback. Is there a big difference between the mu shape and the Tai shape? Feng Yunxing's smile carried a rare hint of charm. The so-called mu shape is still attached to your body, while the Tai shape is broken, just casually placing it between your legs. Yin Zhaoge. Chapter 722. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing spoke openly. Ahu chuckled foolishly as he listened by the side. Xiao AI's face was filled with grief and indignation. Young master, your lofty, glorious image in my heart has completely collapsed. She sighed dejectedly, looking as though there was nothing left to live for. Miss, young master is going to have a young mistress. What should we do? Still, thinking about it, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxiang not speaking in a manner that implied their trust in her, Xiao AI felt slightly better. Should I demote young master from a grade or not? She had a conflicted look on her face as she turned around, covering her ears as she walked to the side. Looking at her back, Feng Yunxiang smiled. Her actual age should be a little older than mine. She's a big sister, right? Yin Zhaoge said. Recuperating in the dim, radiant mausoleum, I fell into a deep slumber for some time. Feng Yunxiang swiveled her head to look at the dim, radiant wheel. Speaking of the dim, radiant mausoleum, this should be our greatest game this time, right? Having activated the dim, radiant wheel together with Yin Zhaoge earlier, she had a deep impression of the terrifying power concealed within this treasure. There had been the extreme Yin crown before and the cold sun divine saber behind. Feng Yunxiang was far more sensitive to this kind of high-level treasure than ordinary people. Yin Zhaoge glanced at the dim radiant wheel as well, lightly rubbing his temples. Whether it is a gain or calamity is still a little hard to say now. He raised his head to look at the roof of the Myriad Dragon Palace. I was thinking earlier that the dim radiant emperor who used his corpse as a material to forge the dim radiant wheel should not be someone who placed too much importance on his death. As the ritual for forging the dim radiant wheel concluded, the collapse of the dim radiant mausoleum further verified my earlier guess. The dim radiant mausoleum did not exist as a place of burial for the dim radiant emperor. Instead, it was to forge the dim radiant wheel. Still, Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly. The final illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor that resided within the dim radiant wheel seems to vaguely reject those of the radiant light sect. Feng Yunsheng pondered. That dispersed message was the same as the dim radiant emperor's words. From this, it can be seen that it is probably not just those of the radiant light sect. Those of the dim radiant sect would most likely be rejected by the dim radiant wheel as well. Yin Zhaoge nodded. The death of the dim radiant emperor and the decline of the dim radiant sect has always been a big mystery. Feng Yunsheng asked, "Do you mean that the dim radiant mausoleum or the dim radiant will hold the answer?" Yin Yin. Ying Tianxia and the dim radiant sect's expedition to foreign lands that year was likely not as simple as everyone thought. He Tian long ago. He Xie Tian long Tian. He Tian. Yin he. Hiang, he Tian, Hiang Tian King, he. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, a valiant figure like Ying Tianxia would not give up so easily. There, the Yang as he Tian Long Chan, he did not. There. Ying Tianxia didn't want to implicate the other middle and low-level disciples in the cult. However, as a hero of an era, Ying Tianxia was certainly unwilling. He wanted to give himself and his fellow sect members an explanation, as well as leave behind the truth for future generations. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "Young master, could you be thinking too much?" Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "I hope so too." After a slight pause, Yin Zhaoge said, "The final silhouette left behind by the dim radiant emperor has already dissipated. The dim radiant wheel will no longer reject those of the radiant light sect. Sadly, if we had not kept the dim radiant wheel, we would have been hard-pressed to escape from the radiant light sect's attacks. If the dim radiant wheel had fallen into the hands of the radiant light sect, their strength would have increased greatly within a short period of time. While it would be a small matter if we could continue to stand firm in the Royal Reed Sea, the Eight Extremities world would be completely unable to resist them." Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. "If not for that, I would have even considered giving the dim radiant wheel to the radiant light sect." Ahu was greatly shocked. "Young master?" Yin Zhaoge waved his hands, indicating for him to calm down. The dim radiant wheel hovering amid space did not seem special at all, also emanating no power or aura at all, as it seemed just like an ordinary black metal wheel. However, looking at this supreme treasure, Yin Zhaoge's gaze grew increasingly deep and distant. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories were the current hegemons of the world beyond worlds. While there were conflicts or disagreements between them, there were few conflicts on the surface, as they seemed to be of the same branch. This was especially so as the world beyond worlds was not without external enemies. The 9 underworlds threatened every single world. Yet, when Ying Tianxia had perished and the dim radiant sect had declined that year, the other major figures of the world beyond worlds had all expressed an unfathomable attitude towards this. There were too many things that were worth mentioning here. Yin Zhaoge even suspected that it was the handiwork of one or a few of them. Under such circumstances, it really felt like the closer one was to the truth, the faster one would die. Perhaps this was the reason why that illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor had instead rejected the descendants of his sect. Looking at the dim radiant wheel amid space, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu fell into deep thought for a time. Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands, smiling. "No need to be so nervous. Speaking of which, we are still safer than the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect, at the very least." After a moment's pause, Yin Zhaoge added, "Of course, there are many things that need to be carefully grasped within. The so-called crisis has always been one where danger and opportunity coexist. The problem is how to grasp the opportunity and avoid the danger. There are definitely people who know about what happened that year." As Yin Zhaoge said this, his expression turned rather strange. "Right, for example, my mother. If not for that, it would be impossible for Xue Chuqing to have helped the dim radiant emperor. Even if she had been acting on orders, she would still have understood some things. Taking 10,000 steps back, the person who had guided Xue Chuqing into the dim radiant mausoleum and handled this matter would definitely be in the know. Yin Zhaoge chuckled and waved toward Xiao AI. Xiao AI, what else do you know about my mother? Tell me about it. For example, that Grand Master of my mother whom you mentioned being on good terms with the dim radiant emperor. Do you know who he is? Xiao AI blinked. Young master, this maid is a dutiful person, not asking about ladies' matters. Yin Zhaoge grinned. Pretty good, keep it up. Just tell me what you know. You don't have to keep it a secret from me, right? Xiao AI rambled on for a while. Indeed, it was all about daily matters. Still, one of them drew Yin Zhaoge's attention. You said just now that my mother came from Kunlun Mountain? Xiao AI answered. This maid does not know if she came from there, but she has definitely been to Kunlun Mountain before, viewing the snowy scenery in the northern profound heaven territory once. Lady once mentioned that the snowy scenery here was even more desolate than that of Kunlun Mountain. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This Kunlun Mountain was not the Kunlun Mountain of pre-Great Calamity times. Instead, it was the new Kunlun that had been rebuilt by the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, located within the central June heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. To be continued. Chapter 723. It was rumored that the Kunlun 9 luminaries had established the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, re-establishing Taoism and re-establishing Kunlun Mountain. The new Kunlun Mountain was the core region of the world beyond worlds. It was currently where the Tao arenas of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were located. It was worth mentioning that when the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia had still been alive, he had once had his own Tao arena at Kunlun Mountain as well. At its peak, the dim radiant sect had similarly been active in the central June heaven territory, its main altar at Peaceful Moon Mountain not far away from Kunlun Mountain. Afterwards, the dim radiant sect had fallen into decline as it had moved out of the central June heaven territory, coming to the southeastern Yang heaven territory to reestablish itself. In the process of its migration, it had split into the current radiant light sect and dim darkness sect. Ahu said slowly, Young master, while similarly inheriting the name of the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times, our Broad Creed Mountain really does not live up to its name as compared to Kunlun Mountain. Yin Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Of the 5 peaks of pre-Great Calamity times, Kunlun Mountain was also the most unique one. Moreover, who knows what will happen in the future? Ahu grinned, raising his thumb. Young master, you are really too arrogant with your words. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before looking at Xiao AI, suddenly asking, Xiao AI, I have something to ask you. Xiao AI blinked. What is it, young master? Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned rather deep and distant. Have you ever heard my mother mention what happened to Buddhism after the Great Calamity? Xiao AI pondered for a moment before answering. There really was? Yin Zhaoge asked, what is it? Xiao AI said, I am not clear on the specifics. It is just that once, when we explored the ruins of a foreign dimension together, Miss grumbled to herself rather unhappily afterwards. In Xiao AI's memories, Xue Chuqing's exact words had been, What the hell are these monks up to? Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Can you still find that foreign dimension? Xiao AI shook her head. Miss might be able to, but this maid cannot. Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. Yes, it is fine even if you cannot find it. He fell into deep thought. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Xiao AI, and the others looked at each other, feeling somewhat confused. Ahu asked curiously, Young master, why do you suddenly care about Buddhism? Yin Zhaoge said mildly, In the great 1,000 worlds before the Great Calamity, Buddhism similarly flourished to the extreme. It is just that after the Great Calamity, whether it be in the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, the floating life world, or the flame devil world, the legacies of Buddhism have never been seen. It is the same here in the world beyond worlds. Ahu scratched his big head. That's true. I've heard the family head mention it before. Before the Great Calamity, it was rumored that the Buddha had transcended just like the founders of the 3 clear lineages. However, Buddhism was still filled with divinities and Buddhas, seeming to be even more powerful than Taoism. Especially amongst the common people of the secular world, there were more believers of Buddhism than believers of Tao. Yin Zhaoge said, "It is rumored that now that the Gautama Buddha has transcended, the future Buddha has appeared in this world, establishing a Buddhist kingdom on earth, receiving the worship of all. As for what happened after the Great Calamity, it is unknown." Yin Zhaoge's gaze narrowed slightly as he said, nonchalantly, "It is rumored that the Buddhist arts of the future Buddha are different from those of the Gautama Buddha, who has already transcended. All those who devoutly recite Buddhism will be bolstered by the Buddha power of the future Buddha, not having to spend much effort in cultivating as they will already possess great abilities. Even more profound are those who attain Buddhahood, enjoying extreme bliss." Ahu's eyes widened. "Really? Young master, then what is the point of us spending so much effort in cultivating? Wouldn't it be fine if we all just memorize Buddhist scriptures together?" Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. "The rumors are indeed so profound. As for whether they are true or not, that is hard to say." Ahu shook his head like a rattled drum. "No matter how I think about it, it still feels inconceivable." Xiao Ai now said, "This maid does not understand much about Buddhism. Still, I have indeed heard Miss mention before that the essence of Buddhism before the future Buddha was to seek freedom in one's nature, seeing the Gautama within one's heart and achieving Buddhahood. However, the future Buddha's teachings were different. Still, before the Great Calamity, there were indeed numerous Buddhist believers with incense spreading throughout the entire world. As for what happened after the Great Calamity, Miss seems to know a little about it, but this maid is not clear about it." Feng Yinsheng frowned. "I have never come into contact with Buddhist martial arts and scriptures before, so it is hard for me to comment on it. Still, I feel that even if it is true, it should not be so simple, right? Is there really such a good thing as a free lunch in this world?" Ahu said rather hesitantly, "If it is true, it would feel like a transaction between merchants." He shrunk back, unconsciously looking upwards. It was hard to say now. Still, in this world before the Great Calamity, the saying that divinities were 3 feet above one's head had not been a lie. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Many things are hard to say now. Throughout the long years since ancient times, there have also been times when Buddhism and Taoism interacted harmoniously with one another. Still, the better one developed, the more the other's development would inevitably be restricted. At the end of the day, it was still fine for Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and the others to discuss it for a while longer. Yin Zhaoge, however, was different. There was something that he did not say out loud. While he could not be certain, if Yin Zhaoge had to name the culprit behind the tribulation of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, it would unquestionably be Buddhism. Instead, it was hard to say whether the Great Calamity that year had anything to do with Buddhism. After all, Buddhism had been developing very well in the environment back then. Still, this was just a vague guess with no basis to speak of. As for the reason and the details of the process, Yin Zhaoge could not clearly see through it. There were also many strange and contradictory aspects within that were hard to explain. This was related to the insufficient information he possessed. As a result, Yin Zhaoge could not easily make a guess as he was filled with doubts. The Great Calamity that year had always been on Yin Zhaoge's mind as he had never forgotten it. He had actually gained quite a lot from chatting with Xiao Ai today. At the very least, Yin Zhaoge felt that his mother Xue Chuqing might be able to help him resolve some of his doubts. After sorting out his thoughts, Yin Zhaoge focused his attention on the situation before him once more. While the dim radiant mausoleum was protected by the dim radiant wheel, the chaotic flows of space still caused the myriad dragon palace to be shaken for a long time. After all, this was a great tide of space that even seeing divinity martial saints could be drowned by. In order to ensure peace, everyone could only go with the flow and wait patiently. Only after the chaotic flows of space had gradually calmed would they be able to plan their return to the world beyond worlds. Before Yin Zhaoge had left, he had already made arrangements for the world beyond worlds. There was no need to worry about getting lost. What was reassuring was that Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect would only be in an even worse state. Besides Luo Ziyuan, who was protected by the sun-moon wheels, Guisong and the others would have to depend on their luck to survive. Those of the Radiant Light sect were destined to struggle free of the chaotic flows of space even later than Yin Zhaoge's group. Still, it was not that there were no other problems. For example, while those of the Dim Darkness sect might have successfully avoided the great tribulation of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum's destruction, they had previously offended that 9th-level martial saint of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory who reigned above all others, the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide. The other party might not let them off just like that. How is the Dim Darkness sect doing now? As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he lightly rubbed his temples. To be continued. Chapter 724. Amidst the chaotic tides of space, time flowed differently in different spatial domains, as it was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. In such an environment, even Yin Zhaoge was hard-pressed to grasp the flow of time. He simply calmed his mind, focusing all his attention on his cultivation. His main body was currently still in the accumulation phase. Merging his avatar with his soul and advancing to the mid-merging avatar stage would not be a simple matter at all. This was related to Yin Zhaoge's cultivation method. While the path of merging the three purities granted him combat power that far surpassed other martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, it was destined to be a difficult path as well. Still, having reaped great gains in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum this time, Yin Zhaoge felt no pressure in terms of accumulating resources. He had already reaped great gains in the Dragon Tomb earlier, and the treasures that had piled up like a mountain beneath the altar this time had further enriched Yin Zhaoge's foundation. Currently, Yin Zhaoge only needed to focus on his cultivation, stabilizing his path step by step. He did not have to worry about accumulating resources, as he had more than enough to provide for those by his side. Meanwhile, it was a joyous matter for his Northern Ocean clone to have obtained the Kunpeng bone this time. This precious Kunpeng bone allowed the Northern Ocean clone to complete his accumulation of vitality, saving him much of the painstaking effort that he would have had to spend time on originally. At the same time, it also helped the Northern Ocean clone to comprehend the great wilderness fishrock art, taking a crucial step forward. After unceasingly inspecting himself, Yin Zhaoge confirmed that his Northern Ocean clone already had the possibility of advancing further. He possessed a superb foundation, limitless resources to nourish his body, comprehended peak martial arts, and even had a suitable fortuitous encounter. With all these conditions working in tandem, the Northern Ocean clone had consecutively leapt through bottlenecks within a short period of time, having the hope of breaking through to the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Not a single one of these conditions could be omitted, as a miracle that was virtually impossible to replicate had been accomplished together. The Northern Ocean clone had the hope of surpassing obstacles that many peak experts would find hard to surpass in their lifetimes, stepping into a brand new heaven and earth. Yin Zhaoge sat facing the Northern Ocean clone, feeling the changes in his body. With every step the Northern Ocean clone took, he was actually also providing Yin Zhaoge with much direct experience and comprehension. While they cultivated in different supreme martial arts, this was still Yin Zhaoge's own experience at the end of the day, as it was not like listening to the experiences of others. To any martial practitioner, this was an invaluable and valuable experience. From a certain perspective, this was also a great fortune for Yin Zhaoge himself. Refining the Northern Ocean clone did not just mean gaining a powerful helper. The feedback that the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation provided to Yin Zhaoge was similarly a priceless treasure, allowing Yin Zhaoge to avoid many detours in his martial cultivation over the past few years. In being able to transcend mortality and enter sainthood at such a young age, attaining the Martial Saint realm, the Northern Ocean clone's contributions could not go unnoticed. Of course, in the process of cultivation, there were many differences between the main body and the clone. He still had to carefully distinguish them and get rid of the impurities. The Northern Ocean clone sat on the ground, golden and black light flickering about his entire body, forming a mist of light. The mist of light gradually spread out like an ocean. He opened his eyes, and the same scene appeared in both of his pupils. During the desolate era of the ancient era, the vast and boundless primordial ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, and the seawater continuously churned. The gigantic Kuan Pung bobbed up and down on the surface of the sea. When it entered the water, it was a Kuan, and when it came out, it was a Pung. Swimming in the sea was like a small piece of land. It was difficult to measure its size. Soaring within the sky, with a single flap of its wings, it soared high above the 9 heavens, vanishing without a trace. Besides this ancient Kuanping that rampaged through the great wilderness, countless other ancient massive beasts had appeared amidst the heavens and the earth, rampaging amidst this primordial era. The interior of the Northern Ocean clone's body, avatar, and soul seemed to be an independent heaven and earth. The acupoints of his entire body were all shaking slightly at this moment. Now, the Northern Ocean clone, who was already at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, only had to consider one thing: breaking through the barriers between the inside and the outside world, connecting the universe within his body with the actual universe of the outside world, his acupoints resonating with actual stars. With this, his acupoints would be refined into true divinity. As soon as this layer was pierced through, the door to a whole new world would be opened. Breaking through space, one would be able to see divinity. With this, the martial practitioner's strength would increase greatly. There was no need for much. As long as a single acupoint was refined, there would immediately be a qualitative change. The more acupoints that were refined afterwards, the more powerful they would be. In the Suffering River region of the Royal Reed Sea earlier, Yin Zhaoge had battled Nong Yuxuan, Chung Song, and the others of the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect's elder Chung Song was an early seeing divinity martial saint. At the same cultivation level, the Northern Ocean clone was confident of beating him to the point of being unable to take care of himself. Still, the Northern Ocean clone, who was a late merging avatar martial saint, would not be a match for Chung Song, who was an early seeing divinity martial saint. He would have to rely on the assistance of more than one sacred artifact in order to obstruct Chung Song. The Northern Ocean clone, who cultivated in the Great Wilderness Fishrock art, was extremely powerful in terms of strength, speed, and endurance. Still, in a drawn-out battle, he might not be able to defeat Chung Song. This was the difference between the seeing divinity and the merging avatar martial saints. Whether or not their acupoints were refined into divinity, whether or not they were able to connect to the inner and outer universes, whether or not they could resonate with the stars, all made a huge difference. The Northern Ocean clone was currently already standing at that doorstep. Still, it would not be easy for him to cross it. Yin Zhaoge was calm, as he was neither anxious nor impatient. The Northern Ocean clone attempted to comprehend the world of the outside world while thinking about the profundities of the Great Wilderness Fishrock art. Within his consciousness, Yin Zhaoge felt as though his Northern Ocean clone had transformed into a true fishrock, unceasingly rising and falling within the Great Sea. There seemed to be no end to this, as his cultivation remained stagnant, as he was unable to take that final step. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as the Northern Ocean clone in the form of the fish rock shot out of the sea's surface, transforming into a great rock as it soared into the sky, unceasingly rising, rising, and rising. The sky seemed limitless. As the fish rock soared high, it would eventually grow tired. Yet, in the midst of its flight, the great rock suddenly retracted its wings, actually transforming into a massive fish in midair once more. With a leap, the fish seemed to have leapt into the great sea once more. The great sea up above. The great sea up above. The sea of stars. Having leapt into the sea of stars, the great rock transformed into a massive fish once more, as it was instantly like he had leapt into a brand new world. Yin Zhaoge's body shook as he opened his eyes. The Northern Ocean clone before him suddenly stood up, light flickering above his head where the vital acupoint of his head was located, the Baihui acupoint. A fish rock seemed to soar into the air shooting straight up into the nine heavens as it transformed into a bright star. While he was currently amidst the chaotic flows of space, at this moment, the Northern Ocean clone shockingly felt as though there was an actual star within the actual sea of stars of the universe in the outside world resonating with him. In an instant, the Northern Ocean clone's consciousness seemed to merge with that star as they stood amidst the sky together, overlooking the world. The inherent barriers were broken as he and the heavens and the earth were closer than they had ever been before. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone successfully broke through space, seeing true divinity as he advanced from the third level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, into the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge could feel that, while he did not know how much time had passed, the chaotic flows of space had already weakened to the point where the myriad dragon palace, which was protected by the dim radiant wheel, could escape from them. Yin Zhaoge stood up, laughing loudly. Double happiness has arrived. It is time for us to return. Chapter 725. Feng Yinsheng, Ahu Xiao AI, and even Pan Pan could all feel the heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes in the Northern Ocean clone. With their current cultivation bases, the Northern Ocean clone had already been extremely powerful earlier. But at this moment, he could still feel the huge increase in his strength. It was obvious and impactful. Xiao AI, who had grown up in the world beyond worlds aside, Feng Yinsheng, and Ahu were both appraising Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone curiously. To them who had always lived in the Eight Extremities world, experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm were very different from experts of the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm. Those who had surpassed the third level of the Martial Saint realm and stepped into the seeing divinity stage would be able to leave the Eight Extremities world and ascend to the world beyond worlds. From his point of view, the inherent impression that the two of them gave people seemed to be separated by a chasm, which made people pay special attention to it. Yin Zhaoge stood up and clapped lightly. As the myriad dragon palace shook, it seemed to transform into a dragon of light that traversed chaotic space. The dim radiant wheel within the hall, which had remained silent all this time, remained unmoving. However, blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark circulated on its surface. The myriad dragon palace was also enveloped in a layer of dim radiance before it broke through space and fled. Amidst the chaotic flow of space, numerous talisman markings appeared and intersected with each other, causing the surrounding space to become even more chaotic. However, protected by the dim radiance, the myriad dragon palace successfully broke through multiple layers of space-time. Within the great hall, Yin Zhaoge extended his palm, a rune appearing on his palm, lights circulating within. A streak of light shot out from the myriad dragon palace, seemingly guiding the way as it traversed through the layers of space. At the end of the light, a black hole formed in the space, and the scene inside the black hole was distorted. Before heading to the dim radiant mausoleum, Yin Zhaoge had left behind a mark in the world beyond worlds so that it would be convenient for him to return. Previously, because the space-time turbulence was too violent, it was difficult to travel. Now that the space-time turbulence had gradually weakened to an acceptable level, the time to return was ripe. As the space-time within the black hole distorted and changed, a complicated scene gradually appeared. Still, the rhythm of the roiling spiritual chi within was in accordance with the characteristics of the world beyond worlds. The myriad dragon palace shook as it transformed into a dragon of light, coiling towards that black hole as it began its journey back to the world beyond worlds. However, just as the myriad dragon palace neared that black hole, the black hole suddenly distorted intensely, as though it was about to shatter. The space-time changes in the black hole became even more complicated. The originally distorted scene turned into pure colors, looking like a colorful whirlpool. Ahu was shocked. "Young master, did someone obstruct us and destroy the signpost you left in the world beyond worlds?" Yin Zhaoge gazed at that grotesque and dazzling vortex. "No, it is not that someone is intentionally destroying the signpost I left behind. Instead, someone is currently attempting to break through space in the vicinity of the signpost I left behind in the world beyond worlds. Their side attempted to break free from the chaotic flows of space and enter the world beyond worlds. Meanwhile, within the world beyond worlds, within the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, someone was attempting to leave the world beyond worlds and flee into the chaotic flows of space. The place where the other party had attempted to pierce through space was not far from the signpost that Yin Zhaoge had previously left in the world beyond worlds. Because of this, when the two of them exerted their strength together, they affected each other. They gathered their strength at the location of the hole in the void. The seemingly colorful vortex gradually stabilized in the next moment, and the scene reappeared. Amidst the numerous silhouettes, the surface of the world beyond worlds Royal Reed Sea appeared before Yin Zhaoge and the others. The myriad dragon palace shot into the world beyond worlds through this hole in space, breaking free from the terrifying, chaotic flows of space behind it. And in front of him, someone was also rushing over. The other party's ferocious fist intent shook space, forming numerous layers of blazing fire. A phoenix spread its wings amidst the blazing fire, forming a prairie fire. The cry of a phoenix and the roar of a dragon resounded throughout the horizon, clashing head-on amidst space. The myriad dragon palace shook mightily, nearly collapsing from the other party's impact. If not for having refined the door of white jade, the myriad dragon palace of before would probably have been broken apart by a single punch from the other party. While the chi of true dragons was still abundant within the Great Hall, it was not suitable for direct combat. Meanwhile, the dim radiant wheel had only protected the myriad dragon palace from being destroyed by the spatial storms caused by the collapse of the dim radiant mausoleum. It had remained dormant throughout, as Yin Zhaoge had been unable to wield it. The other party's fist was like fire, violent and ferocious as it caused the myriad dragon palace to be on the verge of collapse, virtually about to be pushed back into the chaotic flows of space behind it. Within the Great Hall, Ahu had a nervous expression on his face. Young master, having been knocked back now, the signpost from earlier had been expended. It would not be so easy for them to accurately return to the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. It's fine. The other party seemed extremely anxious, as well as he looked like he was on the verge of fleeing. Still, there was only one way out. Yin Zhaoge could only apologize. Looking at the phoenix spreading its wings amid space, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Please make way." Before his words had landed, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, a streak of light that was half black and half gold shooting out, emitting a long roar as it collided with that phoenix. The streak of light abruptly grew incomparably massive amid space as a great rock shot out from within, resembling leaping up from the surface of the sea as it transformed into a massive green rock. The green rock spread its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens as it directly caused that phoenix to halt in midair. Without the impact of the phoenix, the myriad dragon palace instantly halted its retreating momentum, avoiding the misfortune of falling back into the chaotic flows of space. Scram! The exasperated voice of a woman resounded from within the silhouetted phoenix. The next moment, the phoenix spread its wings, endless rain of fire descending from the sky. Every single raindrop was a terrifying meteor of fire that was virtually sufficient to flatten the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of meteors of fire congregated together, forming a terrifying rain of fire that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it descended. Even the boundless winds and clouds that were stirred up by the massive green rock as it flapped its wings were instantly riddled with holes as it fell in all directions. However, the green rock let out a long cry as it shook its body, transforming into the massive black fish once more. The massive fish rampaged between the heavens and the earth, dense radiance that was half black and half gold, as vast as the ocean, as it completely obstructed that terrifying rain of meteors of fire. The next moment, the massive black fish left the water once more, a boundless force that seemed able to knock down a divine mountain as it directly ripped through the rain of fire, mightily colliding with that silhouetted phoenix. The light of fire exploded, dispersing within the air. The figure of a middle-aged woman was revealed as she looked at the massive rock before her with an incredulous gaze. As the silhouetted phoenix dissipated, a tall, lofty figure was revealed. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone clenched his right fist, punching forward. That woman raised her arms, blocking before her eyes as she blocked the terrifying iron fist of the Northern Ocean clone. She could only feel that the other party's fist resembled a terrifying spear as it very nearly punched a bloody hole through her crossed arms before stabbing towards her throat. While it had not really pierced through, the intense pain told her that the bones of her arms had probably already been broken. The Northern Ocean clone looked indifferently at that woman, his face expressionless. His right hand did not move as he raised his left hand, punching out once more. To be continued. Chapter 726. The Northern Ocean clone substituted a spear with his fist, punching out consecutively with his left fist after his right. His fist was like the tip of a peerless spear, sweeping up the boundless power of the Kuan Peng as he attacked his opponent. The woman was shocked. The martial arts she cultivated were also extremely exquisite. She had obtained the true form of the phoenix and the profound meaning of raging flames. But in terms of physical strength, she couldn't compare to the Kuan Peng. The woman's expression became solemn. She was no longer anxious and restless, and a clear and melodious phoenix cry sounded from her mouth. Streams of true essence surged around her, turning into a purple light that enveloped her entire body. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone punched out once more, yet was blocked by the purple light of fortune this time. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze turned slightly solemn. Being able to cultivate in the fortuitous virtue purple light, it is not just a fiery phoenix, but a phoenix that truly bears the 5 virtues, possessing the concept. With good fortune on him, he would not be tainted by killing intent. That woman had cultivated in the blessed virtue purple light with her own supreme martial art, a defensive supreme martial art that surpassed the radiant light sect's inextinguishable light body. The purple light that seemed thin and feeble forcibly protected her from Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's fierce, domineering Northern Ocean divine spear that was filled with killing intent. Having not succeeded in his first move, the Northern Ocean clone's movements did not cease in the slightest as his fists turned into claws. The Northern Ocean divine spear changing into the fish rock divine claw, his ferocious 10 fingers piercing into the purple light. Not to kill you, but to break your technique. The woman's expression changed, but she didn't dare to continue resisting. Instead, she turned around and whistled. From the distant space behind her, a streak of golden light rapidly flew over, descending from the skies as it struck down towards the head of the Northern Ocean clone. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge instead laughed. You haven't cultivated the thick earth of meritorious virtue, With fortune on one's body, one would not be tainted by murderous intent, and with boundless merit, one could mend the heavens and extend one's Tao, which was suitable for the destruction of the Kuan Peng's divine claw on the blessed purple light. However, the other party could only summon treasures from other places to save her. It could be seen that although she had cultivated the virtuous purple light, she had not cultivated the virtuous thick earth. As that golden light neared, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was a golden inkstone. But as this inkstone flew over, it directly crushed the void, forming black cracks. The power within it was extremely domineering. It was clearly a mid-grade sacred artifact. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone retracted his technique and retreated, evading the attack of that golden inkstone. His opponent immediately transformed into a fiery phoenix, flapping his wings as he shot towards the myriad dragon palace, where the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds intersected with the chaotic flows of space. Behind her, there was a powerful aura coming from the distant horizon. It seemed like there was indeed someone chasing after her. What made Yin Zhaoge a little surprised was that he knew the person chasing after this middle-aged woman, a longtime elder of the 5th level of the martial saint realm of the North Seashore Pavilion, the mid-seeing divinity stage. There was also an old man of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. It was by Zimming whom he had met on the riding wind heavenly vessel previously. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he had some guesses about that woman's identity. Seeing her pursuers draw near, the middle-aged woman once more wielded the golden brick to block by Zimming and the others before charging towards the Myriad Dragon Palace, prepared to push the Myriad Dragon Palace along with her into the chaotic flows of space in an attempt to extricate herself. As for what would happen to the Myriad Dragon Palace, she didn't care about it at all. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. From the looks of it, the water ripples of holy virtue definitely won't stand chance. The dawn mist of moral virtue might be enough as well. The Northern Ocean clone who had originally retreated appeared before the Myriad Dragon Palace in a flash, transforming into a Kunpeng as he clashed once more with that fiery phoenix. While they were both early seeing divinity martial saints in terms of speed, while the Northern Ocean clone had only just stepped into the seeing divinity stage, he was still faster than the other party. That woman was enraged to the point of seething with anger. She roared, transforming into a fiery phoenix as she soared into the air, her wings transforming into a fiery saber light that directly split the heavens and split the earth apart as it hacked downwards, the sharpness of her attack causing one's spirit to waver. The Northern Ocean clone was expressionless as he crossed his arms, resembling hugging the moon. What he hugged was not the moon, instead being a strange black hole. The all-encompassing flowing fire was devoured by the black hole. The fiery phoenix before him seemed like it had walked right into a trap as it seemed about to slam into the black hole. The cry of a phoenix resounded as a crimson saber light flickered. Besides that mid-grade sacred artifact in the form of a golden inkstone, that woman actually possessed a low-grade sacred artifact as well. Several of the acupoints of her entire body shook simultaneously. The actual stars of the universe in the sky resonated with it. Bolstered by the power of stars, the fiery red saber light condensed into infinite flames, forming a terrifying destructive force as it forcibly hacked apart the black hole condensed of the Northern Ocean clone's fist intent. Yet, a speck of golden light suddenly shot out from the shattered black hole. Fish Dragon Spear. Similarly wielding the low-grade sacred artifact, the Fish Dragon Spear, the Northern Ocean clone struck out with an even more terrifying Northern Ocean Divine Spear. Infinite power was concentrated at the tip of the spear, the bright golden sharpness seemingly able to pierce through the very heavens and the earth at this moment. Before that woman's saber light hacked onto the Northern Ocean clone, she would first be stabbed to death by this spear. The woman's expression changed slightly as she swept her saber light horizontally before her, the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue appearing once more as it blocked this virtually sure-kill spear of the Northern Ocean clone. However, the Northern Ocean clone had long since been prepared as he brandished his spear, its tip drawing a graceful arc in the air. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone strode forward, clawing out with another fish rock divine claw as it broke through the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. The Fish Dragon Spear that had traversed an arc pierced towards its target once more, forming a sure-kill momentum. The woman emitted a clear roar, a faint white chi surging, which helped her find a chance of survival amidst the impossible as she narrowly avoided this spear of the Northern Ocean clones. Nether virtue concealed, life unending. A smile suddenly appeared on the expressionless face of the Northern Ocean clone. Lacking all 5 virtues, you are but a featherless phoenix. His body abruptly straightened, the Baihui acupoint on his head shaking. The extreme northern star flickered above the sky, shaking and drifting. The heavens and earth seemed to be thrown into great chaos at this moment. A speck of golden light mightily exploded at the tip of the Fish Dragon Spear. The massive Kunpeng spread its wings amidst space. Countless streaks of golden light shot out like a tempestuous storm, piercing through space as they were far more terrifying than the meteor shower caused by his opponent earlier. Great wilderness fishrock art, heaven-shattering feathers. Even though that woman had attained the true intent of the phoenix and cultivated in the white chi of nether virtue, against the Northern Ocean clone who had similarly attained the true intent of the Kuanping, it was still extremely difficult for her to find a chance of survival. Blood stained the sky as the middle-aged woman staggered backward. Yin Zhaoge controlled the myriad dragon palace, continuing at his own pace as he successfully left the chaotic flows of space and returned to the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. At this point, Yin Zhaoge was no longer in the mood to continue clashing with this woman. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ziming and Bai Li had caught up to her, and they blocked her path from the front and back. The opening in the sky barrier, the crack connected to the chaotic flows of time and space. It didn't exist for a long time, quickly disappearing. This woman was unable to break out of the encirclement immediately. Being held back by Ziming and the others, she could only watch as the void crack disappeared. She instead calmed now as she gazed at the myriad dragon palace and the Northern Ocean clone. Yin Zhaoge walked out of the myriad dragon palace, similarly appraising the other party. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, the two were taken aback as well. Little friend Yin, this person is the one who intended to kill a junior of the southeastern Exalt lineage, Bai Ziming said in a heavy tone. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows lightly, thinking that it was indeed so. To be continued. Chapter 727. Looking at that girl, Bai Ziming said, she has companions who have fled in two different directions. The other is an expert of the peak of the late seeing divinity stage. Mr. Zheng of the southeastern Exalt lineage is currently pursuing him on the riding wind heavenly vessel. Yin Zhaoge nodded in understanding. Now, that Bai Ziming was tightly cozying up to Golden Court Mountain, he would naturally have to exert his strength. That North Sea Sword Pavilion elder beside him was one of the powers active in the Royal Reed Sea, assisting the southeastern Exalt's lineage in capturing people. When he had parted ways with Zheng Ming's group earlier, they had been investigating the matter of Yi Xian being attacked in the Royal Reed Sea. In the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Zheng Ming and the others would naturally be enraged if they dared to take the initiative to attack and kill a junior of the southeastern Exalt's lineage. However, the woman in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. While Yin Zhaoge had jokingly called her a featherless phoenix with incomplete 5 virtues, that was only relative to Yin Zhaoge's horizons. To be able to cultivate the power of fortuitous and nether virtue, his martial arts inheritance was definitely not ordinary. Just this alone had already surpassed the supreme martial arts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and even the Grand Xian dynasty. Only Shun Lingzi's lineage of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture could be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, it was hard to say if this woman's cultivation was not up to par, or if her martial arts inheritance itself was flawed. If the martial arts inheritance she cultivated had all 5 virtues, it would basically be comparable to supreme arts like the primordial heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture. With such a martial legacy, her background in the world beyond worlds was definitely not simple. Yin Zhaoge was currently appraising that middle-aged woman rather interestedly. The other party was similarly staring at Yin Zhaoge and the North Ocean clone beside him in bewilderment. The ultimate arts that I cultivate, the fortuitous purple light and the nether virtue white chi, are actually no match for this person. What martial arts does he cultivate? It can manifest such a complete and pure true will of the rock. The middle-aged woman sucked in a breath of cold air. He's like a human-shaped rock. Bai Ziming and that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder were actually also secretly looking at Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone now, feeling secretly speechless. They had experienced how ferocious this woman was. Although they were chasing after the other party, it was actually because the other party was an outsider. Now that their tracks had been exposed, they were worried that they would be besieged further. He was especially worried that Zheng Ming would chase after him with the riding wind heavenly vessel. Therefore, he did not linger in battle, fleeing the entire way. If they really clashed head-on, while he felt very defeated, Bai Ziming had to admit that he was also an early-seeing divinity martial saint like her, would not be a match for this woman at all. The world beyond worlds was truly filled with dragons and tigers. That bit of ambition he had felt before ascending had already completely transformed into caution in his words and actions. Fortunately, the North Sea Sword Pavilion elder accompanying them was an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, possessing extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have been the one to catch up to. The elder of the North Sea Sword Pavilion felt the same way. Even though his cultivation level was higher, it wasn't easy for him to say that he would win against this middle-aged woman before him. Yet, this middle-aged woman was no match for Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. This North Sea Sword Pavilion elder had just wanted to speak to the Northern Ocean clone when his gaze suddenly hardened, the shock on his face growing denser. Yin Zhaoge now asked, "Are you of the Southern Exalt's lineage?" According to what Yi Xian had said back then, the person who tried to kill her had come from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Possessing such a peak martial legacy in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, it was naturally most likely that she was of the Southern Exalt's lineage. That middle-aged woman snorted as Bai Ziming answered. According to Mr. Zheng's words, she is indeed a direct disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage. While little friend EXN does not recognize her, Mr. Zheng does. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "How should I address you?" The other party said coldly, "I am Wang Hui." "Who are you?" She first gazed at the Northern Ocean clone. Even Zheng Ming and Chun Zhiliang of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage might not be able to defeat her at the same cultivation level. The Northern Ocean clone's strength was truly something that she was concerned about. You should have only refined a single acupoint to resonate with the stars. Still, having such a cultivation base, just having stepped into the early seeing divinity stage, your master should not be a nameless figure. Wang Hui said in a heavy tone, "The first acupoint you refined to see divinity was actually the Baihui acupoint at the top of your head. The star it resonated with was actually the purple micro-emperor star." Having clashed with the Northern Ocean clone and personally experienced it, she was most able to sense how powerful the Northern Ocean clone was. As soon as her words left her mouth, Bai Ziming and that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder were both shocked once more. The purple micro-emperor star, the North Star, was one of the peak existences amongst the myriad stars of the heavens. The Baihui acupoint at the top of the head was also one of the most important acupoints of the human body. Generally speaking, it was not so easy to refine such an acupoint to see divinity. Few people would be able to break through to the seeing divinity stage with the first acupoint of the inner and outer universes being a vital acupoint like the Baihui acupoint. If other acupoints were damaged, it would still be fine. If a vital acupoint like the Baihui acupoint was damaged, it might be fatal. Wang Hui already had more than one acupoint refined to see divinity. Still, none of them were major acupoints that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Baihui acupoint. Still, after carefully looking at the Northern Ocean clone for a moment, Wang Hui's gaze suddenly turned doubtful. Her gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Could it be that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder side, a merging avatar martial saint actually refined to seeing divinity martial saint clone? This is truly an inconceivable anomaly. Wang Hui's gaze was no longer on the Northern Ocean clone this time, as it instead fell firmly on Yin Zhaoge himself. At this moment, Wang Hui regarded this young man who had still been rather inconspicuous in her eyes before this with unprecedented importance. "Who exactly are you?" Yin Zhaoge said. "I am surnamed Yin Zhaoge. Before clashing with you, I did not know who you were. Because you tried to force me back into the chaotic flows of space, I sent you flying back. You are the Southern Exalt's lineage. I was disrespectful earlier. I am personally uninterested in why you have come to the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. even attempting to silence me and conceal your tracks. Still, I am acquainted with the two seniors of the southeastern Exalt lineage, Senior Zheng and Senior Chun. It would not be difficult for me to help them out. Yin Zhaoge looked at Wang Hui and the golden inkstone that had flown back in her hands. You still have the ability to fight. Still, it won't be so easy for you to leave. Wang Hui glanced at Bai Ziming. He mentioned that you were surnamed Yin just now. It looks like you indeed reported your real name. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I've always been like this, not changing my name. Wang Hui said indifferently. Rather than saying that I'm upright, it's better to say that I'm young and arrogant and have never suffered setbacks. People like you need to be careful of dying young. This world is far bigger than you can imagine, and there are more capable experts than you can imagine. Yin Zhaoge smiled. That's right. Let's encourage each other. Wang Hui nodded, no longer saying anything else. Still, her gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Her figure suddenly moved, instantly arriving before Yin Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone frowned, blocking Wang Hui. Yet, a streak of light flickered on Wang Hui's body at this moment as another figure suddenly appeared, lunging towards Yin Zhaoge. To be continued. Chapter 728. That figure suddenly appeared before Yin Zhaoge himself. It was a red-clothed youth. This red-clothed man's entire body similarly surged with boundless blazing fire, his palm like a saber, resembling a fire phoenix spreading its wings as he chopped towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge blinked. The other party was a late, merging avatar martial saint. While he looked young, he was actually a veteran expert. In the earlier battle between Wang Hui and Bai Ziming, as well as Wang Hui's battle with the Northern Ocean clone, he had been lacking in strength even if he wanted to help. Yet, now that Wang Hui controlled the golden inkstone to obstruct Bai Ziming and Yin Zhaoge while she faced the Northern Ocean clone once more, this man was attacking Yin Zhaoge himself. Capture him and force him to use that seeing divinity martial saint-level clone of his to help us. With that, we will have a chance to escape. There was no need for detailed discussion. Wang Hui and her junior brother had already made up their minds. Yin Zhaoge, who had still seemed insignificant earlier, merely at the first level of the martial saint realm, had suddenly become a hot commodity in the eyes of the two. It was like the key to solving the current predicament. Looking at the saber chopping towards him, its actual target enveloping the entire area, cutting off all of his paths of retreat, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. He did not dodge as his opponent had expected. Instead, he faced the flaming saber light and stepped forward. The red-clothed man was slightly taken aback as he could not understand why an early merging avatar martial saint would dare to do such a thing. His actions looked no different from throwing his life away, as if he was voluntarily throwing himself at the flaming blade. Yin Zhaoge raised his palm, flipping it over and slamming it down towards the top of his opponent's head. Wherever his palm passed, it was as if the heavens were falling. The fiery sabers that had originally enveloped Yin Zhaoge were all distorted as they were swept back in reverse at this moment. A scene appeared in front of the red-clothed man's eyes. The sky above his head seemed to be collapsing, wanting to smash him down. Greatly shocked, he no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of capturing Yin Zhaoge alive as he circulated his saber arts with all his might. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, all-encompassing blazing fire transforming into infinite blades, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge with the momentum of a prairie fire. He realized that the opponent in front of him was not simple. He and Wang Hui's previous thoughts were completely wrong. Yin Zhaoge was not a small fry that could be easily captured like he had imagined. Instead, he was a mortal enemy. Now, he only wished to kill Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge ignored his opponent's movements as he just slammed down with a palm. In the eyes of others, it was as if the sky had collapsed. However, the red-clothed man who was directly facing Yin Zhaoge was greatly shocked. Not only did the sky before him collapse, the entire heavens and earth even seemed to have reversed at this moment. The heavens and earth were overturned, and the universe was displaced. The flames that filled the sky were like fragile candlelight in the wind in the face of this earth-shattering calamity, easily extinguished. The red-robed man let out a long roar. Raging flames swirled around him as he turned into a scarlet fire phoenix and retreated rapidly. The fiery light shuttled back and forth between the heavens and the earth, tried to escape from this earth-shattering catastrophe. However, Yin Zhaoge just laughed, raising his other hand as well, both his hands clapping downwards together. It wasn't just within the red-clothed man's consciousness. Even the actual space itself had been shattered and roiled by Yin Zhaoge's attack. Unable to evade, that red-clothed man could only let out a shout, his hands hurriedly blocking Yin Zhaoge's descending palms. As soon as the two sides clashed, the red-clothed man's entire body shook intensely, his bones emitting explosive crackling sounds as he seemed about to be slammed directly into the ground by Yin Zhaoge. So much power! This is an early merging avatar martial saint. The red-clothed man was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. In terms of pure strength, the early seeing divinity stage is merely this much, right? The red-clothed man emitted a muffled groan as a lustrous purple light appeared on his body as well. Where the purple light passed, it blocked Yin Zhaoge's descending palms, preventing this red-clothed man from being smashed into smithereens. Seeing the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue surging on the body of this red-clothed man as well, Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Have you succeeded in cultivating in the white qi of nether virtue? Executing finger, flicking, shocking thunder, Yin Zhaoge struck out with palm after palm, the terrifying force of his palm resembling a chain of thunderbolts as it was continuously unleashed without pause. A terrifying force that could shake the heavens and overturn the earth unceasingly overturned the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue on the red-clothed man's body. Under the terrifying concept of the true intent of two extremities which had been established after the heavens and earth had been split apart, even that fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue, which was untainted by killing tribulations, began to shatter beneath its unceasing barrage. Beneath that red-clothed man's horrified gaze, his protective purple light was forcibly broken through by Yin Zhaoge. A tyrannical, vigorous force invaded his body, causing his entire body's bones and blood vessels to shudder and shatter. Still, he was even more shocked by the fact that beneath Yin Zhaoge's terrifying palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal, the blazing hot true essence within his body that resembled fire actually completely turned into extreme yin and extreme cold, freezing his very soul. You? The red-clothed man opened his mouth wide, but before he could finish speaking, he was already powerless to resist Yin Zhaoge's descending palm. Yin Zhaoge's massive palm that obscured the heavens descended, directly smashing that red-clothed man's skull apart as he died on the spot. Stop! Wang Hui was caught off guard as she was about to summon the golden inkstone to save him, yet was obstructed by Ziming and Yin Zhaoge. She herself was not a match for the Northern Ocean clone as her shoulder was directly pierced through by a spear. Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. My apologies. The martial arts that this Yin cultivates in are rather violent, as it is not easy to hold back. Please do not blame me for offending you. Wang Hui grit her teeth, staring at Yin Zhaoge. You actually... Yin Zhaoge nonchalantly clapped his hands. It is true that your master is the Southern Exalt. Still, this does not mean that you are as capable as your master, much less that this Yin will just stand there and let you slaughter him as you please. You want to pick the soft ones to squash? That's nothing, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. I like squashing soft persimmons too. Wang Hui's vision darkened as she nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Ziming and Yin Zhaoge were similarly shocked as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. While they had heard that Yin Zhaoge's strength was inestimable, far surpassing that of other martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Still, having personally seen Yin Zhaoge of the first level of the martial saint realm slay a third-level martial saint with a single palm, that impact caused a chill to run down their backs. This was especially so when that red-clothed man was actually not weak at all. On the contrary, As a disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, he was extremely outstanding amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Yet, against Yin Zhaoge, he had been defeated without any suspense at all. It is not that he is too weak, it is that this Yin Zhaoge is too strong. Bai Ziming sucked in a breath of cold air. Wait, this palm of his seems to have been seen somewhere before, but it was not as majestic and tyrannical as this one, giving off a feeling of being unable to withstand it. Wang Hui wanted to fight with her life on the line, but a powerful aura suddenly came from afar, shaking heaven and earth. The clouds parted, astral winds sweeping through the 9 heavens as a massive divine vessel appeared before everyone's eyes. It was precisely the riding wind heavenly vessel. Zheng Ming stood on the riding wind heavenly vessel, his expression extremely ugly. Glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge and Bai Ziming knew that the late-seeing divinity martial saint he had been pursuing had most likely managed to escape. Zheng Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Hui. To be continued. Chapter 729. While the riding wind heavenly vessel was powerful, it was still an external object at the end of the day. Of the Southern Exalt's lineage, having inherited the Southern Exalt's supreme martial art, the Phoenix true form scripture, cultivating in the true form of the fire phoenix, and cultivating in the true intent of the 5 virtues. If he managed to cultivate the white chi of nether virtue, the heavens would leave him a sliver of hope. If he was bent on escaping, it would be very difficult to stop him. The opponent had to be clearly stronger than him, or have some special technique to have a chance. As Zheng Ming wielded the riding wind heavenly vessel, it was not easy for his opponent to block him. However, the other party did not think of competing with Zheng Ming, instead focusing on fleeing. In the end, he still managed to escape. It was instead Wang Hui who had been intercepted due to Yin Zhaoge. Bai Ziming and that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder both felt rather resentful. Still, they had to admit that if not for Yin Zhaoge just happening to be blocking their way, Wang Hui and the other would have had a great chance of escaping. Looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel, Wang Hui let out a long sigh towards the heavens, completely losing all thoughts. While her fellow disciple of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage had been able to escape from the riding wind heavenly vessel, she did not possess this ability. Zheng Ming clapped his palms together, and a streak of light instantly descended from the riding wind heavenly vessel, sweeping Wang Hui up and keeping her within. Wang Hui no longer resisted, just staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, as if wanting to imprint his figure into her mind. Yin Zhaoge kept the myriad dragon palace, boarding the riding wind heavenly vessel alongside Bai Ziming. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Zheng Ming Yin said, "This Zheng is filled with gratitude for the righteous actions of the 3 of you. I will not make things difficult for the 3 of you. If the Southern Exalt mentions it afterwards, my master will bear the consequences." Yin Zhaoge and the others nodded, smiling. "You are polite." Zheng Ming looked at Yin Zhaoge, saying, "Little friend Yin, did you just happen to come here this time? Or were you invited?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "It was just a coincidence. Still, it was good that I was of help." Zheng Ming nodded. "I will soon be escorting the captured target back to Golden Court Mountain, asking my master to decide on this matter. Does little friend Yin want to accompany me to Golden Court Mountain to meet my master?" Before Yin Zhaoge could answer, Zheng Ming added, "It is fine if you intend to remain in the Royal Reed Sea. My eldest apprentice brother is already here. I will introduce him to you. With him looking after you, you will also not have to worry about the Southern Exalt's lineage coming to find trouble with you." As he spoke, he looked towards the elder of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The expression of that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder changed slightly. "Mr. Zheng is saying that the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua has arrived?" The Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, an expert of the mid-immortal bridge stage and the head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. Usually, the daily affairs of Golden Court Mountain were all handled by him. Unless there were extremely major matters, the Southeastern Exalt would not be alerted. It was also rumored that Lin Hanhua's background was deep, as it was not merely limited to his identity as a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. While Lin Hanhua did not reside in secluded cultivation at Golden Court Mountain like the Southeastern Exalt, he would occasionally roam the outside world. Still, he seldom came to the Royal Reed Sea. The last time Lin Hanhua had set foot in the Royal Reed Sea had been more than 100 years ago, when the Grand Xian dynasty had established its foundation in the Royal Reed Sea. After a period of secret discussion, Lin Hanhua represented the Southeastern Exalt in tacitly allowing King Xianwen and the others to establish themselves in the Royal Reed Sea. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Now that the facts had proven that King Xianwen, Shun Lingzi, and the others had been harboring evil intentions all these years, Lin Hanhua's decision back then seemed a little hasty. Yin Zhaoge felt that this Shadow Mountain Sword King's opinion of him was rather hard to predict. I have long heard of your great name, Mr. Lin. It is always good that we have the fortune to meet, Yin Zhaoge said as he pondered. The others were naturally happy to do so as well. The riding wind heavenly vessel turned, heading into the distance. Yin Zhaoge paid attention to its direction, yet saw that the riding wind heavenly vessel was traveling in the direction of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, which he had left a marker for earlier. Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Is the Shadow Mountain Sword King a guest at the dim darkness sect? Zheng Ming sighed. That is not the case. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide suddenly arrived in the Royal Reed Sea, aggressively attacking the headquarters of the dim darkness sect. I heard that it was due to the matter of the dim radiant mausoleum that he was made a fool of by the dim darkness sect. Enraged from embarrassment, he came to take revenge. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's expression instantly turned rather strange. Zheng Ming said, Senior Guan said that he came here only for revenge. The dim darkness sect would not take a single cent of what they obtained from the dim radiant mausoleum. Eldest apprentice brother just happened to be in the Royal Reed Sea. After much persuasion, he barely managed to preserve the dim darkness sect's lineage. Still, the headquarters of the dim darkness sect was still destroyed, countless of their experts killed or injured. Zheng Ming said, with Senior Guan's departure, the dim darkness sect was virtually decimated as well. Eldest apprentice brother remained there at the time, and should still not have left. Yin Zhaoge asked, Is Chief Zhou Haoxing there? Zheng Ming nodded. Chief Zhou was heavily injured. If not for eldest apprentice brother's intervention, he would probably have been slain by Senior Guan on the spot. Yin Zhaoge sighed as well. It should be that Guan Lide had come knocking on their door right after Zhou Haoxing and the others had returned from the mausoleum. Perhaps Guan Lide had also wanted to intercept them outside of the world, beyond worlds, obtaining both wealth and people at that time without anyone knowing. Having failed to intercept them afterwards, they had just killed their way to the Royal Reed Sea. Zhou Haoxing and the others of the dim darkness sect had let go of all reservations and gone all out in that battle back then. If not for Lin Hanhua's arrival, the dim darkness sect would probably have been eliminated from the Royal Reed Sea already. In the dim radiant mausoleum, the dim darkness sect had not obtained much of value as they had been overtaken by the radiant light sect, finally having been forced to retreat from the mausoleum prematurely. Otherwise, the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan, who had possessed the dim radiant lamp and the sun moon wheels back then, would probably have been able to keep most of them there forever. It was just that the affairs of the world were ever-changing. After Zhou Haoxing and the others learned of all that had happened with the dim radiant wheel afterwards, who knew what expressions they would have had? That North Sea Sword Pavilion elder said bemusedly from his side, I only heard that the dim darkness sect's newly constructed main altar was breached before it was even completed. Still, I did not know who the enemy was. There were many speculations for a time, not having thought that it was actually the star-plucking practitioner who made a move. The Shadow Mountain Sword King also arrived. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking, I wonder what the situation is with the Radiant Light sect now. Now that he had asked this, the other party regained his wits, his expression turning even stranger. Speaking of which, it is strange. The Radiant Light sect has not moved at all. Normally, they would have long since made use of this chance to attack, completely exterminating the dim darkness sect. Because the Southeastern Exalt did not like outsiders taking advantage of the dim radiant mausoleum, While Guanlai had only come for revenge, Lin Hanhua still had room to interfere. Meanwhile, the Southeastern Exalt and Lin Hanhua would not interfere in the conflict between the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. While that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder was inwardly bewildered, Yin Zhaoga knew that the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zhuan and the others, were currently still trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space, having yet to return. This had originally been a good chance to attack the Radiant Light sect. Sadly, their natural ally, the Dim Darkness sect, had suffered a great tribulation as well, being in an even worse state than the Radiant Light sect. Yin Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples, thinking, should I take the risk? Chapter 730. While the Dim Darkness sect had served as a warning, Yin Zhaoga was not averse to taking risks. It was just that the chances of success had to be carefully weighed and considered by everyone. Still, if he went to meet the head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt now, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, he would most likely encounter people of the Dim Darkness sect. The other party had lost everything, but he had made a lot of money. When they met, it would inevitably be a little awkward. Even with Yin Zhaoga's thick skin, he still felt that he should consider this matter. However, it was still necessary to meet Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua was a man who looked like a young man. He could be said to be extraordinarily handsome and had an imposing appearance. However, his true age was much older than Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang. He was like a sharp, unsheathed sword, revealing his ability to the fullest, causing others to feel dazzled by him and subconsciously want to avoid him. Yin Zhaoga found this rather interesting. Normally speaking, Lin Hanhua had already attained the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. For cultivators with lower cultivation than him, it would be easy for them to restrain their sharpness. They would lock their qi in blood and prevent it from leaking out, preventing the wind and frost from eroding them. The treasured sword was sharp and powerful, but it would also be eroded by the outside world. Putting the sword back into the scabbard seemed ordinary, but it was beneficial to the user. When needed, he could draw the scabbard and drink blood. A martial artist's cultivation of their own qi and blood followed a similar principle. Controlling one's qi and blood was a compulsory lesson for every martial artist. However, this logic didn't seem to apply to Lin Hanhua. His entire person exuded a sharp aura, causing others to cast sidelong glances at him. It was difficult not to notice him. Lowering his head, Yin Zhaoga saw that the ground beneath Lin Hanhua's feet was completely fine. However, that was merely an illusion. After Lin Hanhua left, he could casually blow on that piece of land, and the ground would immediately collapse into a large pit. The soil and rocks there had already been completely pulverized by Lin Hanhua into dust. It was only temporarily maintaining its original appearance. Meanwhile, when Yin Zhaoga, Bai Ziming, and the others arrived before Lin Hanhua, they even felt like they were unable to approach him. If they got too close, they would become like the ground beneath Lin Hanhua's feet, pulverized by the myriad of sword qi. Yin Zhaoga did not think that Lin Hanhua was unable to restrain his sword qi, and there was also no need for him to intentionally show off his might in front of them. There was only one possibility. This was Lin Hanhua's own cultivation method. Furthermore, it was just like the cultivation of the cyclic heavenly scripture. He was doing it all the time. For Lin Hanhua, it was as natural as breathing. It was just that the destructive power of this method was a little too strong. Yin Zhaoga guessed that he might be using himself as a sword, borrowing the entire heavens and earth outside as a whetstone, tempering himself at all times, never ceasing to rest. Although his aura was extremely strong and terrifying, making it hard for people to approach him, Lin Hanhua's attitude was quite calm. This is just me cultivating in my spare time. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. The sword qi on his body gradually retracted until it was hard to detect. The pressure on Yin Zhaoga and the others all relaxed. After greeting each other, Lin Hanhua looked at Wang Hui, who was captured, and nodded slightly. Thank you for your help. Junior brother Zheng, take her back to Golden Court Mountain quickly and meet Master. Zheng Ming acknowledged this before glancing at Yin Zhaoga, saying, her junior apprentice brother, also a disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Phoenix sweeping sun flame Li Jing, was slain by little friend Yin in the process of fleeing. Lin Hanhua was a little surprised. Wang Hui stared at Yin Zhaoge, saying coldly, "Master will not let you off so easily." Yin Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. While a look of surprise appeared on Lin Hanhua's face, it was just that. He looked at Wang Hui and said calmly, "You nearly killed my junior apprentice niece. While she is fine now, do you think that this matter will end so easily? This little friend, Yin, is helping my Golden Court Mountain apprehend the culprits. Whatever happens, my Golden Court Mountain will bear it." Wang Hui said hatefully, "Shadow Mountain Lin, I have nothing to say in front of you. Still, you might not be able to bear my master's rage." Lin Hanhua waved his hands. "Let your master and my master say this. What you need to do is to tell master honestly what exactly you came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to act violently for after meeting him." Having Zheng Ming take her away, Lin Hanhua nodded towards Yin Zhaoge. "Little friend, Yin is welcome to visit Golden Court Mountain anytime." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "This Yin is very honored." After pausing for a moment, Yin Zhaoge still asked, "Sword King, I wonder what the outcome of the Grand Qian Dynasty's Kong Ping following Mr. Chun to Golden Court Mountain was?" Lin Hanhua's expression did not change as he said mildly, "Speaking of which, this Lin was careless back then. I still have to thank little friend Yin for detecting the peculiarities of this Royal Reed Sea and discovering the secret of the heaven-bearing FEK formation. Kong Ping followed junior apprentice brother Chun to Golden Court Mountain long ago. Master has already seen them. Still, this Lin does not know of the final outcome. It is only that I came to the Royal Reed Sea on Master's orders afterwards." His introduction was very detailed. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Sword King is polite. This Yin just happened to be there." After leaving Lin Hanhua's place, Yin Zhaoge and the others glanced over. Indeed, that sword chi that surged to the heavens appeared once more. While it was formless, it caused one to feel a real piercing pain. Looking back, Yin Zhaoge suddenly discovered that Bai Ziming was currently staring at him with a complex gaze. Yin Zhaoge had seen many probing and admiring gazes of his. He felt that Bai Ziming's gaze was rather strange, as it seemed to contain some special questions. It was a kind of question that had a definite target in mind. Bai Ziming pursued the idea of protecting himself. He rarely asked about matters that did not concern him. Now that he was acting like this, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Is there something, Mr. Bai?" The old man pondered for a moment before finally saying candidly, "To tell you the truth, having seen little friend Yin personally kill that Li Jin just now, amidst my shock, this old man also has some special questions. Little friend Yin possesses shocking strength. This is something that this old man admires greatly. Still, the martial arts that little friend Yin executed seemed rather familiar to this old man." While Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, he felt slightly shocked within. He can recognize the cyclic heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly seal. Yet, Bai Ziming continued, "Little friend Yan's palm is majestic and tyrannical, emanating an aura of invincibility. This old man has seen others execute similar palm arts before. They were also extremely outstanding, just that they did not seem as domineering and vigorous as the one executed by little friend Yin." Hearing that he did not recognize the cyclic heavenly seal, Yin Zhaoge first relaxed. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Bai Ziming did not recognize his cyclic heavenly seal, instead recognizing the heavenly broad creed palm. Other than himself, who else had he seen execute the heavenly broad creed palm? His heart jolting, Yin Zhaoge's gaze instantly hardened as his breathing even halted imperceptibly. To be continued. Chapter 731. The heavenly broad creed palm was a supreme martial art created by the founder of Broad Creed Mountain from the legacies of their predecessors of pre-Great Calamity times. In terms of origin, it was a relatively incomplete variant of the Flipping Sky Seal. If there were other martial arts that similarly originated from the cyclic heavenly seal, they might also look similar to the heavenly broad creed palm. Still, Yin Zhaoga could not help but think a little more about it now. Bai Ziming should not have been to the Eight Extremities world before. In the world beyond worlds, there was only him, Yin Zhaoga, who knew the heavenly broad creed palm. Then, where had Bai Ziming seen others executing the heavenly broad creed palm before? Yin Zhaoga's gaze hardened as he looked earnestly at Bai Ziming. I wonder where, and with whom, Mr. Bai, have you seen this palm art of mine before? Bai Ziming could feel that Yin Zhaoga's attitude had become solemn without any concealment at all. Therefore, he said solemnly, Little friend, Yin should already know that this old man is not someone of the world beyond worlds. The world that I originally resided in was known as the Floating Gate world. After this old man refined his acupoints to see divinity, I ascended from the Floating Gate world and came to this world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoga nodded slowly. It was precisely because he knew this that many guesses had arisen within his heart. Then Bai Ziming continued, When I was in the Jambu realm, this old man once saw someone who could overturn the heavens with a single hand. His palm force enveloped the surroundings. It was majestic and extraordinary. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, he said, This person calls himself Yuan Zhengfeng, one-armed. A few years ago, he suddenly appeared in my Floating Gate sect. This old man included. Everyone guessed that he came from another world. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga suddenly let out a sigh of relief. It really was his grandmaster, the long-lost old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng. Back then, in order to suppress the crack of the Nine Nether in the Earth domain, Yuan Zhengfeng was lost in the turbulence of time and space. Since then, his whereabouts were unknown, and his fate was unknown. This matter became a sore point for everyone in Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoga included. Although everyone comforted each other, saying that the old sect master would definitely be blessed by the heavens, there was no news at all, and they were still worried. This was especially so when there were no clues. Even if he wanted to search for it, he had no idea where to start. Yin Zhaoga could only sigh helplessly. Now that there was finally news of him, Yin Zhaoga's heart that had been hanging in the air all this while could finally be put at ease. He looked at Bai Ziming and said, Allow Sir Bai to know that the person you speak of is precisely a senior of this Yan's lineage. We were previously separated from each other, and we have never been able to find any clues. Bai Ziming said, It is indeed so. Rest easy, little friend Yin. While Mr. Yuan lost an arm, that was a matter of my Jambu Gate sect. In the Jambu realm, he was fine. Later on, he became a guest elder of a large sect in the Jambu realm. At least before this old man ascended, his life was fine. Yin Zhaoga nodded slowly. That's good. As Bai Ziming spoke, he sighed. Speaking of which, although this Mr. Yuan has lost an arm, his cultivation and skills are still not to be underestimated. This old man has met him a few times before. I've seen him fight with others, so I was able to recognize little friend Yan's palm technique. Yin Zhaoga cupped his hands towards Bai Ziming. I wonder if Mr. Bai has any way of ascertaining the location of that Floating Gate world that you were born in? This Yin wishes to make a trip to the Jambu Kingdom. Is that convenient? Bai Ziming answered, It will be a little difficult. Still, I can try. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, he asked, Is little friend Yin in a hurry to see Mr. Yuan? Yin Zhaoga answered emotionally, To tell you the truth, it is precisely so. Bai Ziming smiled. Then, little friend Yin, there is actually no need to be in a hurry. Who knows when you might be able to meet again in the world beyond worlds. When this old man ascended, I once invited fellow Taoists of the Jambu world to attend the ceremony. This Mr. Yuan was present as well. This old man observed that he was only a half step away from refining his acupoints to see divinity. Back then, I even joked that he would most likely be the next person to ascend in the Jambu kingdom after this old man. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoga was taken aback. Oh. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoga asked Bai Ziming about the time flow of the Floating Gate world and the world beyond worlds before comparing it to the time flow of the Eight Extremities world. After the comparison, Yin Zhaoga could not help but wonder. Grandmaster has already reached the peak of the third level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, so quickly, while his father, Yin Di, had surpassed his father, his grandmaster Yuan Zhengfeng's talent and strength were similarly outstanding. Due to his old injuries, Yuan Zhengfeng had remained in the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm for a very long time. While this was something that could not be helped, it had also allowed him to accumulate extremely abundant accumulations, his path having been smooth after transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Yin Zhaoge did not doubt in the slightest that if not for the simultaneous upheavals in the East Sea and the Earth domain that year, Yuan Zhengfeng would have been confident of attaining the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage, very soon. The difficulty of this would have been far lower than that of Huang Guangliye that year. After all, Yuan Zhengfeng's talent and strength had already surpassed Huang Guangliye's in the first place. Still, if one were to say that Yuan Zhengfeng had reached the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm within a few short years, even being able to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity stage and soar into the martial saint realm, wouldn't this be a little too fast and unexpected? After all, not everyone could improve as rapidly as Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone being able to make a great leap in 3 short years, breaking through space and seeing true divinity had been a result of many factors, with many fortuitous encounters being involved. In other words, this was an occasional case that could not be used as a standard to judge the majority. Just look at the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao of the Sacred Sun Clan of the Eight Extremities world that year. Or perhaps it was that descendant of Shan Lingzi who had been in charge of escorting the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the earth-ocean lung crystals, and those other treasures back then, only to have been intercepted and slain by Yin Zhaoge in the end. That old man was of the same generation as Kong Ping and Madame Kong, his age and seniority both being higher than Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. Still, like the Kong brothers, he was also at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Even in the world beyond worlds, it would not be an easy thing for an outstanding, powerful martial practitioner to advance from the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, to the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. By Ziming's evaluation of Yuan Zhengfeng being likely to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity stage within a short period of time implied that Yuan Zhengfeng was already no longer simply at the late merging avatar stage. Instead, he was already standing at a critical point. Perhaps there is some special reason. Thinking along these lines, Yin Zhaoge said to Bai Ziming, "After ascending, I still cannot be certain where I will land. I hope that Mr. Bai can point out the path for me, so that this yin can head to the Floating Gates sect more quickly." Bai Ziming nodded. "That is naturally fine. It is just that this old man cannot guarantee its accuracy. If this old man can personally return to the Floating Gates sect, I will be able to establish a path for you. Now, you can only depend on yourself, little friend Yin." Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly. "I will be troubling you, Mr. Bai." Bai Ziming retrieved a jade pendant, handing it to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge received it, infusing his true essence within as per Bai Ziming's instructions. Jade green mist instantly arose from the jade pendant. To be continued. Chapter 732. Wisps of smoke rose from the jade pendant and floated in the air before gradually dissipating. These jade green clouds merged amid space, seemingly entering deep within, as Yin Zhaoge could vaguely see a jade-green path seemingly appearing amid space. However, the path was winding, and it was difficult to tell where it led. Bai Ziming had not come to the world beyond worlds through a wound of the sky. Instead, he had naturally ascended after his cultivation base had surpassed the tolerable limits of the Floating Gate world. It had not been long since he ascended, and he had been traveling with Zheng Ming, Chun Zhiliang, and the others. He did not have the time to patiently study. Therefore, it was equally difficult for him to attempt to return to the Jambu Grand Realm in such a short period of time. Therefore, Bai Ziming had said that it would depend more on Yin Zhaoge himself. Yin Zhaoge stared at that spatial path formed of the jade-green fog for a moment before he gradually came up with an idea. Let's first find a wound of the sky and leave the world beyond worlds before using other spatial traversing techniques to confirm and head to the floating gate world. Having made up his mind, Yin Zhaoge did not delay any longer. After taking his leave of by Zimming, he headed south. His target was precisely where he had first arrived in the world beyond worlds, the Phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea's 72 regions. While Yin Zhaoge could not be certain about other places, there was definitely a wound of the sky here in the Phoenix-bearing region. He had ascended from there previously. The Phoenix-bearing region was the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty, which the Dim Darkness sect had infiltrated as well. Previously, because the secret of the heaven-bearing Fekate formation had been exposed, the Grand Xian dynasty had not dared to act ostentatiously for fear of angering the southeastern exalt. Under the situation where they were conservatively shrinking their forces, a borderland like the Phoenix-bearing region was actually equivalent to being temporarily abandoned. The Dim Darkness sect had originally made use of this chance to expand and occupy this place. Yet, not long ago, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lai of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm had trampled on their headquarters, nearly being eradicated. Currently, the Dim Darkness sect, which had suffered a great blow to its vitality, could only retreat and defend. The Phoenix-bearing region had actually been pretty much left to its own devices in recent times. The small and medium-sized forces that were born and raised here could only wait and see for now. Upon arriving here, Yin Zhaoge did not greet anyone as he headed straight for that wound of the sky through which he had first come to the world beyond worlds. The wound of the sky did not always exist. After confirming its approximate location, Yin Zhaoge controlled the Northern Ocean clone to stir space. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already refined his acupoints to see divinity, shook the space which had already been unstable in the first place. Very soon, a crevice was gradually torn open here. The crack was not as dark as an ordinary black hole. Instead, it was bright and dazzling, and there seemed to be the sonorous voice of the great Tao ringing out. Yin Zhaoge gazed at the wound of the sky for a long time before he tossed the jade pendant in his hand, as well as the paper fan of divine wood to the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone received the jade pendant, striding into the wound of the sky. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already attained the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, possessed the ability to traverse the wounds of the sky without relying on external objects. This way, when he went down to search for the Jambu Great Realm, he would not need to expend the power of the paper fan. At that time, if he successfully found his Grandmaster, he would be able to let Yuan Zhengfeng decide for himself whether he wanted to borrow the power of the paper fan of divine would to come to the world beyond worlds first or return to the 8 extremities world by relying on the signposts of the 8 extremities world that Yin Zhaoge provided. Yuan Zhengfeng was fully prepared, and he could decide his next step based on his own will. Walking near the wound of the sky, the Northern Ocean clone's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he felt as though his soul had been touched. Yet, as he carefully sensed the surroundings, everything was calm as per usual. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened as he scanned the surroundings, seeing no abnormalities. Am I too sensitive? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, releasing his spiritual sense as he carefully sensed the surrounding situation. The Northern Ocean clone hesitated momentarily before finally still striding towards the wound of the sky. Amidst space in the distance, flowing light distorted the scenery as a few figures were obscured beneath the illusion created by the radiance. One of them frowned. Even you, Mother, were nearly discovered by him when you made a move. The one who spoke was none other than Kong Jinyuan, the youngest son of Kong Ping and Madame Kong of Shun Lingzi's lineage. Beside him stood a graceful, noble-looking middle-aged woman. She was naturally Madame Kong, Kong Maosheng also standing beside her. Madame Kong said in a heavy tone, "This person is extraordinary. I have long since heard of him. It is not like I only learned of him today." Kong Maosheng said slowly, "The rumors are not false. He indeed hails from the lower worlds. Still, we still cannot know what exactly his relationship with the exalted solar luminary is. The Grand Qian dynasty was currently keeping a low profile, not daring to be overly ostentatious lest they further infuriate the southeaster exalt. Still, the entire Grand Qian dynasty naturally hated Yin Zhaoge to the very core. Even as they hated Yin Zhaoge, they were also curious about the background of this youth who had suddenly appeared, how he was able to possess such extraordinary methods. Due to the news that the Radiant Light sect had spread back then, some of Yin Zhaoge's circumstances were now widely known. Still doubtful, everyone began attempting to verify this. Madame Kong and her two sons had deceived many people, secretly coming to the Phoenix-bearing region without leaving a trace. Based on the many rumors, they had traced the source of Yin Zhaoge's appearance step by step. It was just that unexpectedly, Yin Zhaoge himself had actually returned to the Phoenix-bearing region now as well. Madame Kong pondered as she said, "There is a wound of the sky here. Is he leaving the world beyond worlds now? I wonder where he is going. Is he returning to his original world, or is he going somewhere else?" Kong Jinyuan lowered his head, not daring to look in Yin Zhaoge's direction. While he had long since known that Yin Zhaoge was extraordinary, he had not thought that his mother would still have to be cautious in concealing her tracks. It had been his gaze earlier that seemed to have been detected by Yin Zhaoge, resulting in him being reprimanded by his mother. This caused Kong Jinyuan to feel exceptionally aggrieved. Mother, while that clone of his is unexpectedly at the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, it would still be impossible for him to be your match. Wouldn't it be fine if you just directly captured him? Madame Kong glanced dissatisfiedly at him. When will you not be so hot-tempered? First, not speaking of what the Southeastern Exalt thinks, this Yin Zhaoge possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang Seal. How can he be so easy to capture? Kong Jinyuan lowered his head hatefully. Seeing this, Madame Kong sighed inwardly. Swiveling her head to look in the direction of the wound of the sky, she saw that the Northern Ocean clone had already entered it. Yin Zhaoge himself remained by the side of the wound of the sky, quietly looking at it. Now, the wound of the sky suddenly shook intensely, light even flickering and dispersing in all directions. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows, seemingly feeling taken aback. This sudden turn of events was out of Madame Kang's predictions as well. Her expression changed as she stared unblinkingly at the wound of the sky. To be continued. Chapter 733. Yin Zhaoge stood outside the wound of the sky, quietly looking at the spatial crevice that radiated light in all directions. While his gaze seemed focused, his attention was actually all around him as he carefully observed every single thing that was happening. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge himself, who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, or the Northern Ocean clone who had attained the seeing divinity stage, their spiritual senses were not to be underestimated. This was especially so as his main body, cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, its sensory abilities were even stronger. His mind had been shaken in a flash just now. Yin Zhaoge did not believe that it had been a misperception. There could only be one possibility then. Someone else was attempting to hoodwink his senses. The better the other party concealed it, the more dangerous the situation was. This meant that the other party's cultivation base was higher, their strength greater. Therefore, even his sensory abilities had been affected. The person whom I detected at the start bore great hatred, enmity, and killing intent towards me. Therefore, I was able to detect him immediately. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he quickly pondered. Someone who has clearly had enmity with me before cannot be of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island, or the Dim Darkness sect. They are either of the Southern Exalt's lineage, the Radiant Light sect, or the Grand Qian dynasty. Being able to hoodwink my senses, it means that their cultivation base is not low. Still, they did not immediately make a move. That means that they are not completely confident of taking me down, or that they have other plans, wanting to observe my movements. Yin Zhaoge liked to take the initiative. Therefore, he did not retreat just like this, instead still having the Northern Ocean clone enter the wound of the sky. It was just that after entering that spatial crevice, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly resisted the pressure of the power of dimensions, not venturing deeper. Instead, the Northern Ocean clone remained near the entrance of the wound of the sky, suddenly punching out. Beneath the shock of his power, the wound of the sky instantly shook. The abnormalities in the wound of the sky that Madame Kong and the others had seen had actually been an illusion created by Yin Zhaoge himself. Looking at the wound of the sky that shook with radiance, a look of surprise appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face as he secretly paid more attention to his surroundings. While Kong Jinyuan was rather anxious, Madame Kong still suppressed her thoughts, not making a move. Still, ripples abruptly emanated from Yin Zhaoge's mind. He involuntarily gazed into the distance. There, immeasurable radiance suddenly flickered, enveloping half the sky as it rapidly approached the wound of the sky. This kind of power concept, people of the Radiant Light sect? Yin Zhaoge could not help but frown. The people I sensed just now should not be them. This way, there are two groups of enemies here. Madame Kong and her two sons similarly noticed the approaching radiance in the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, Madame Kong retracted her aura, leading Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan to conceal themselves even deeper. Even from far away, she could sense that they had come with ill intentions. The Radiant Light sect had experts who were not inferior to her on this trip. Madame Kong did not fear it. However, it was clearly more advantageous for her to choose to conceal her family's tracks and be the Oriole behind, quietly watching the mantis stalk the cicada. Boundless light quickly enveloped the world, covering the entire phoenix-bearing region. The few of them streaked across the horizon, rapidly approaching the wound of the sky, which was located in a corner of the phoenix-bearing region. The person in the lead was a white-haired old lady. She wore a white robe and had a stern expression on her face. She was holding a round mirror in her hand, and the scene on the mirror was constantly changing. This woman who seemed old was one of the major figures of the Radiant Light sect, the Lord of the Illusory Light Hall, Tanjin. She was of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Beside her were several other experts of the Radiant Light sect. They had hurried here in order to receive their chief, Luo Ziyuan, and the others back to the world beyond worlds. Luo Ziyuan and the other experts of the Radiant Light sect had been lost amidst the great tides of the chaotic flows of space following the collapse of the dim Radiant Mausoleum. Without the assistance of the dim Radiant Wheel, even a peak-seeing divinity martial saint expert like Luo Ziyuan would find it harder than ascending to the heavens to escape within a short period of time. Still, the group of the Radiant Light sect had not been completely unprepared before departing. Recently, while Luo Ziyuan and the others had still been trapped by the chaotic flows of space, they had successfully established contact with the Radiant Light sect experts who had remained in the world beyond worlds, attempting to work together from the inside and outside to receive them back to the world beyond worlds. It was just that they needed to make use of the wound of the sky here in the Phoenix-bearing region. The Radiant Light sect still retained the wound of the sky that led to the 8 extremities world within their domain. Yet, with space and time in chaos, they were unable to use it there, leaving Luo Ziyuan, Tanjin, and the others feeling helpless. Tanjin could only lead them in hurrying over to the Phoenix-bearing region. Fortunately, both the Grand Xian dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect had no time to attend to the Phoenix-bearing region now, as they were in a state of no concern. Those of the Radiant Light sect had hurried over here to set up the ceremony, not fearing that they would be disturbed. Yet, when they had arrived at the Phoenix-bearing region, they discovered that Yin Zhaoge was actually there as well. Now, there was a feeling of enemies meeting, their eyes blazing with fury. Whether it was because of their past enmity or because Yin Zhaoge just happened to be blocking the wound of the sky, after being momentarily taken aback, Tanjin and the others all shot towards Yin Zhaoge in unison. There is still another group of enemies who are hiding somewhere, spying on us in the dark and waiting for a chance. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. I have come to look for my kin this time, not having any intention of dealing with you. Do you really have to form a few mahjong tables to surround me like this? After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge suddenly turned, shooting into the wound of the sky as well. As those of the radiant light sect neared, before they could make their next move, the wound of the sky, which had already been shaking strangely in the first place, shook even more intensely. As Yin Zhaoge entered the wound of the sky, he instantly felt a powerful, distorting force virtually about to rip him apart. Within the myriad dragon palace, which had been swept along and shrunk by his true essence, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and the others could clearly feel it as well. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, receiving the paper fan of divine wood from the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this treasure to protect everyone. He and the Northern Ocean clone remained in the vicinity of the wound of the sky, controlling the Northern Ocean clone, who was within to further shake the chaotic space. The Northern Ocean clone punched out with his left fist, his right hand continuously drawing and scribbling within space. Complicated and profound runes appeared at the same time. Tens of thousands of runes stacked together, forming a boundlessly profound array. Affected by this formation, that spatial crevice that flickered with radiance actually began expanding further. It was like a wound had been ripped open even further. Bright radiance still flickered at the edges of this crevice. Yet, an existence that resembled a black hole had formed within the crevice, an immense suction force emanating from within. Caught off guard, even a veteran expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm like Tanjin was instantly sucked in by the black hole. The wound of the sky seemed to have transformed into a massive, ferocious beast at this moment, opening its bloody maw as it madly devoured the radiant light sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. Tanjin and the others unceasingly stabilized their figures, yet discovered that they had brushed past Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this, the radiant light sect martial practitioners were infuriated to the point of seething smoke. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were clearly still near the entrance of the crevice where radiance enveloped it. To be continued. Chapter 734. A change occurred in the original wound of the sky at this moment. Radiance still flickered at its edges as the power of dimensions distorted and intermingled, forming a relatively stable region even as it exerted immense pressure. The stability and balance here was extremely fragile, as it was a temporary equilibrium formed of unceasing turbulence. Meanwhile, at the central region of the spatial crevice was an existence that resembled a black hole that led directly to the chaotic flows of space. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone barely managed to stay within the folds of space while Tanjin and the others were swept into the chaotic flows of space. Realizing this, the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners could not help but feel exasperated as they hurriedly attempted to stabilize themselves. We all knew that this brat's methods were strange and unexpected. We were already extremely careful, yet still fell for his tricks in the end. Even as Tanjin and the others felt despondent, they also felt their hairs stand on end. How could this brat from the lower worlds possess such shocking methods, seemingly endless? While they had been caught off guard and fallen into the chaotic flows of space, Tanjin and the others still reacted quickly, striving to stabilize themselves. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had come here all possessed high cultivation bases. Being prepared, the chaotic flows of space created by the Northern Ocean clone would not be able to restrict them so easily. While Yin Zhaoge watched this scene calmly, his attention was mostly focused on the area outside the wound of the sky. Indeed, radiance flickered in the distance as 3 streaks of sword light that resembled the flowing light of time flew over. The first was a woman who had maintained herself well and had a graceful bearing. It was precisely Madame Kong. Beside her were 2 youth-looking men, one with a heavy, majestic aura, while the other was brash and unrestrained. Yin Zhaoge recognized them as Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan respectively. Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. It really is someone of the Grand Xian dynasty. Risking further enraging the southeastern exalt, they have come here? His mind spun as he already understood. Perhaps they have heard rumors and have come to verify my background? Madame Kong and her children were on their guard. As they approached the wound of the sky, Madame Kong was the first to make a move. The sword light that resembled water resembled a long river, as even the wound of the sky seemed to be frozen where its light passed. The flickering radiance turned sluggish as it appeared to be in slow motion. The terrifying black hole seemed to have been solidified, resembling a still image. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge within the wound of the sky, Madame Kong had a rather complex expression on her face. Beside her, Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, "Mother, let him die amidst the chaotic flows of space. No one would know about it at all. Even the southeastern exalt would be hard-pressed to know about it." Madame Kong pondered for a moment before her gaze turned resolute. "Don't move." As she finished speaking, she soared into the air. A round mirror that looked like a heart-protecting mirror appeared in front of her. The light of the round mirror spread out and formed a light armor that supported her body. With the protection of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, Madame Kong swung her sword and transformed into a streak of sword light that resembled a river of time. This sword beam enveloped the entire wound of the sky, and the water-like radiance kept seeping into the spatial rift. Under the erosion of the water light, the space-time inside the void crack began to change. The flickering light and the stable area formed by the twisted and intertwined layers of dimensional power began to tremble. The originally wrinkled void gradually unfolded and returned to its original state. However, in this way, this wound of the sky was gradually unable to be maintained and was on the verge of healing. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Not bad. With a thought on his part, the Northern Ocean clone donned the imperious cold martial armor, the fish-dragon spear appearing in his hands before he struck out with all his might. The dark golden radiance condensed into a single point, producing a drilling effect as a black hole was forcibly opened up amidst that water-like light. The water-like sword light circulated, rapidly mending this hole as everything returned to normal. The Northern Ocean clone did not cease as all of his true essence surged, concentrating on the spear in his hands as he continued attacking. As the water-like light shook, a gap seemed to appear on a piece of silk. Due to this gap, a loophole appeared in the freezing of the wound of the sky with Madame Kang's time flowing sword. As space distorted, the wound of the sky continued to be maintained. Madame Kong, who was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint coupled with a mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, was naturally stronger than the Northern Ocean clone, as she was even able to lock down the entire wound of the sky. Still, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone still managed to reap some benefits from concentrating all of his power on a single point. Unable to concentrate on dealing with him, Madame Kong could only watch as the Northern Ocean clone's spear pierced through a gap in her sword light. Still, she was not in a rush, as she said mildly, "Well, you have a treasure protecting you from the power of dimensions within the wound of the sky that is only for a short period of time. How long can you last?" The two sides entered a stalemate for a time. If this continued, Madame Kong and the Northern Ocean clone would be able to hold on. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others would not be able to. The protection of the paper fan naturally had its limits. Swiveling his head, Yin Zhaoge saw that Tanjin and the others of the Radiant Light sect were currently striving to break free of the chaotic flows of space as well. Madame Kang's methods had greatly harmed them as well. Even as the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were resisting the attacks of the chaotic flows of space, they were also dispelling the changes brought about by Madame Kang's sword light. Tanjin held a treasured mirror that flickered with radiance, its mirror light seemingly penetrating through the distant space. Seeing this mirror, Yin Zhaoge realized, so that's how it is. Through some unknown method, they have established contact with Luo Ziyuan and the others who are still trapped within space. Following their guidance, they have come here in an attempt to assist Luo Ziyuan and the others in returning to the world beyond worlds. They want to make use of the wound of the sky. Noticing the actions of Tanjin and the others, Madame Kong frowned slightly as well. While they had been tricked by Yin Zhaoge, in order to protect themselves, Tianjin and the others could only sit in the same boat as Yin Zhaoga now. With the combined forces of both sides, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Madame Kong to continue suppressing the wound of the sky. Outside the spatial crevice, Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan could only feel anxious as they watched this scene. A severe look flashed within Kong Jinyuan's eyes as he took out a blood-red awl. Seeing this, Kong Maosheng was instantly shocked. Blood-cursed space shattering all? Quickly stop. With space in chaos, who knows what effects this thing will cause? Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, "Mother will be fine. Apart from this, whatever consequences there may be, it will also be borne by that brat surnamed Yin." Saying thus, he raised his hand, the awl transforming into a streak of blood-red light that flew into the wound of the sky. Within the spatial crevice, seeing the blood-red light, Madame Kong was stunned. Yin Zhaoga, Tianjin, and the others were stunned as well. This thing, why does it look so much like the blood-cursed space shattering all? After his initial shock, Yin Zhaoga's thoughts flashed as he raised his hand, a streak of blood-red light flying out as well. It was one of his blood devil plates that he had shattered. This treasure was most proficient in breaking through various barriers. Apart from that, it had other miraculous uses as well. The two streaks of blood-red light merged strangely amidst the chaotic flows of space before exploding mightily, forming a screen of light that enveloped the various spaces here in a layer of blood-red color. To be continued. Chapter 735. In the chaotic void, the boundaries of space were distorted and time flowed at different speeds. But at this moment, it was covered in a layer of blood. Madame Kang's knowledge was extraordinary as her heart immediately grew heavy. Blood devil plate. Yin Zhaoga extended his hand and pierced the tip of his finger. Using his finger as a pen, he used his own blood essence to quickly write an entire incantation in the air. The surrounding characters were not the words that people were used to seeing. Instead, it was a strange and rare special language. It was hard to understand, and its meaning was profound. The blood-red incantation was engraved in the air, fusing with the blood-red screen of light. Yin Zhaoga roared in a low, strange tone that no one else could understand. Sacrifice. The blood-colored light seemed to come to life, and an extremely ancient will descended from the void. That was illusory and indistinct. It was unknown whether its master was alive or dead, but right now, it seemed to have traveled through endless time, releasing a heart-shaking roar. The entire wound of the sky suddenly tore open even further, and the spatial fissure expanded by more than 2 or 3 times. Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, who were outside the wound of the sky, couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked into the crack. Madame Kong was greatly shocked as she could no longer attempt to seal the wound of the sky in place. Expanding her sword light, she enveloped Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, intending to leave first before anything else. However, as Yin Zhaoga executed this sacrificial ritual, the wound of the sky seemed to possess a life of its own as it resembled a truly brutal, massive beast. Wherever the bloody light passed, the void crack would be sealed. One could only enter, not exit. Space rotated, forming a huge blood-colored vortex that wanted to devour everyone. Yin Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone were in the same predicament, as the mutated wounds of the sky were similarly brutal towards everyone and everything within it. Tianjin and the others of the Radiant Light sect were hard-pressed to escape as well. The only thing that allowed Madame Kong to heave a sigh of relief was that the current variant wound of the sky was in utter chaos. Its light had completely dispersed, and the power of dimensions was no longer so interweaving and distorting. In this way, Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng, who possessed cultivations below the seeing divinity realm, were able to stay here for a long period of time and not be crushed by the energy of the region. Similarly, Yin Zhaoga kept his paper fan and turned to the Northern Ocean clone, trying his best to stabilize his figure so as to avoid being completely devoured by the blood-red vortex amid space. He knew very well about the sacrificial ritual he had created himself. Those that fell into the blood-colored vortex wouldn't be swept away by the chaotic flows of space, but would instead become sacrifices for the sacrificial ceremony. They would be sacrificed on the spot and would die without a doubt. The three parties fell into a stalemate once again. Everyone was trying their best to stabilize themselves so that they wouldn't be swallowed by the scarlet vortex. They couldn't care less about each other. As the creator of the sacrificial ritual, while Yin Zhaoge was also threatened by it, he was still able to deal with it easily for the time being. Madame Kong and the Lord of the Radiant Light Sect's illusory light hall, Tanjin, possessed higher cultivation bases and were able to just barely hold on. After all, the duration of the sacrificial ritual was limited. They believed that as long as they persisted for a period of time, they would be able to successfully escape. While they were enemies, the two female experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm were both feeling incomparably despondent at this moment, wishing that they could just kill Yin Zhaoge and be done with it. If the two of them joined hands, it would be no small matter. Yet, they were completely unable to make a move at all as they had been trapped by Yin Zhaoge's mutated Wound of the Sky, being badly battered. Coincidentally, both sides made up their minds that as soon as they escaped, they would first take care of Yin Zhaoge. Otherwise, only the heavens knew what other strange methods Yin Zhaoge might display. Even as Yin Zhaoge resisted the suction force of the Scarlet Vortex, he was also carefully analyzing the changes in space before him. Abnormalities had occurred with the Wound of the Sky, temporarily losing the ability to leave the world beyond worlds and descend to the lower worlds as the pathway had been sealed. The blood-red light resembled a barrier that obscured this entire region of space. Whether it was Madame Kong and her son, those of the Radiant Light sect, or himself, they were all temporarily confined here, none of them able to leave. The layers of folded space resembled a bright, crystalline wall as they combined with the blood-red light, forming a blood-red crystal wall that resembled a solid. Meanwhile, the changes in space outside the blood-red crystal wall gradually stabilized and made sense. It was even more stable and calm than usual. Two completely different worlds appeared within and without a streak of blood-red light. The more stable space-time was, the more beneficial it would be for him to search for the floating gate world. While he was unable to leave due to the blood-red crystal wall, it was not that he was completely powerless. Yin Zhaoge wielded the Myriad Dragon Palace, stabilizing his figure alongside the Northern Ocean clone before taking out the jade pendant that he had obtained from by zimming once more. As his true essence was infused into the jade pendant, jade green smoke instantly emitted from it once more. As the smoke came into contact with the blood-red crystal wall, it was not obstructed by it, as it instead slowly permeated through the blood-red crystal wall formed of folded space. After passing through the blood-red crystal wall, the jade-green smoke drifted amidst space, spreading far into the distance as it gradually condensed into a single line which extended into the distance. A portion of Yin Zhaoge's mind merged with the jade-green smoke, seemingly drifting into space along with it. There seemed to be some existence guiding the way for him amidst the unseen world. After who knew how long, light gradually appeared amidst the jet-black space before him. The jade-green smoke that had originally been drifting aimlessly suddenly sank, seemingly having found a foothold as it merged within that light. As the light faded, various scenes appeared before Yin Zhaoge. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and beautiful lands were all within his eyes. This is the floating gate world. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, his mind was swept along with that jade-green smoke as they speedily flew into the distance. The scenes before him suddenly changed, pure white snow appearing. This old man hails from Great Snowy Mountain of the northern border of the floating gate world. Bai Ziming's words resounded by his ears once more. Looking at the scenery of the north, Yin Zhaoge knew that the target of this jade-green smoke was Bai Ziming's sect in the floating gate world, Great Snowy Mountain. It was just that he was not a guest elder of Great Snowy Mountain. As the jade-green smoke rapidly traversed the horizon, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he saw the scenes before him change once more. A continuous mountain range appeared, enveloped beneath ice and snow. Amidst the snowy mountains, an ice palace entered his sight. Yin Zhaoge's mind followed the jade-green smoke as it descended towards the ice palace. The jade-green smoke that resembled formless jade-green smoke activated the protective formation of the ice palace. Streams of radiance intermingled, merging as one with the jade-green smoke, not repelling it as it instead guided it through the majestic ice palace. Yin Zhaoge's mind followed the smoke all the way to the back hall, where he saw that there was clearly a memorial tablet of a divinity enshrined within. Looking carefully at that divinity statue, it was no different from Bai Ziming in appearance. Before Yin Zhaoge could think carefully, the jade-green smoke directly shot into the divinity statue. The divinity statue shook, its eyes suddenly lighting up as the memorial tablet beneath it shone brightly as well. Regaining his wits, Yin Zhaoge discovered that his field of view was clearly the same as that divinity statue, as though he was currently residing within it. At the same time, numerous martial practitioners were gathered within the great hall before him, all of them being the higher echelon of Great Snowy Mountain. To be continued. Chapter 736. Amidst the statue, Yin Zhaoge stared at the higher echelon experts of Great Snowy Mountain. Gazing carefully, there were 4 martial saints and over 10 martial grandmasters present. Of the 4 martial saints, 1 was a late merging avatar martial saint, 1 was a mid-merging avatar martial saint, and 2 were early merging avatar martial saints. Adding in Bai Ziming, who had ascended to the world beyond worlds not long ago, Great Snowy Mountain's lineage had previously had at least 5 martial saint experts. Bai Ziming had once mentioned that his Great Snowy Mountain was not the strongest power of the Floating Gate world. He himself had also not been the first person of the Floating Gate world to ascend after attaining the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. Indeed, this is a world where the martial civilization has developed and is even more prosperous than the current 8 extremities world. Still, Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered to consider these problems now. He was currently within the variant wound of the sky, danger lurking all around him. Madame Kong, Tan Jin, and the others were also eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. As soon as the blood-red vortex vanished and the wound of the sky returned to normal, Madame Kong and Tan Jin might make a move. Also, Tan Jin and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners had returned to the world beyond world to receive their chief Luo Ziyuan. If this expert of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage were to return, Yin Zhaoge would be in an even more dangerous situation. Having finally arrived in the Floating Gate world, Yin Zhaoge now had to consider how to contact his grandmaster. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry at the current situation. Those of Great Snowy Mountain were rather fast. Bai Ziming had only ascended not long ago, yet they had already finished constructing the incense-bearing temple. Through the jade pendant that Bai Ziming had given him, he had attached a strand of his divine will to the jade-green mist in descending here, somewhat resembling a dream of divinity. Yin Zhaoge felt that this was actually the reason why Great Snowy Mountain had paid a visit to Bai Ziming's incense-bearing temple. It would be convenient for their old grandmaster to communicate with those of their lineage who were still in the Floating Gate world, passing down their teachings. Bai Ziming had not been able to accurately locate the Floating Gate world before this, so this method had never been put to use. Now that he had succeeded in his first ascent, the one who had descended was himself and not Bai Ziming. Looking at the obvious anticipation and joy of those of Great Snowy Mountain on their faces, Yin Zhaoge the fake felt a great pressure. He had originally wanted to rely on the jade pendant to guide the way, helping his Northern Ocean clone directly descend into the Floating Gate world. Yet, he had not thought that this would be the case. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Could it be that he had to impersonate someone? It shouldn't be that easy, right? Otherwise, Bai Ziming wouldn't have given me the jade pendant so hastily. Isn't he afraid that I'll screw over his disciples in the Jambu realm? As Yin Zhaoge thought thus, indeed, the joy on the faces of the 4 martial saints leading the Great Snowy Mountain martial practitioners before him faded as their gazes turned doubtful and cautious. Seeing this, Yin Zhaogan knew that he had guessed correctly. Wanting to be a charlatan was not so easy. The late merging avatar old man before him did not change his expression. "May I ask who you are? Why do you possess Senior Apprentice Brother Bai's descending spirit jade pendant?" The other great snow mountain cultivators still did not notice. They continued to greet Bai Ziming's statue excitedly. Those 4 longtime martial saints of Great Snowy Mountain did not stop them. Not being clear on Yin Zhaoga's background and Bai Ziming's current situation, they placed caution above all else, not daring to alarm or enrage Yin Zhaoga in any way. Yin Zhaoga answered candidly, "I am surnamed Yin Zhaoga. I appeared in the world beyond worlds and was fortunate enough to be acquainted with Mr. Bai. Afterwards, I learned from Mr. Bai that I have a senior who is currently in the Floating Gate world. Therefore, I wanted to look for him. With Mr. Bai's help, he lent me this descending spirit jade pendant, allowing me to communicate with you all. I did not understand the situation here previously. Please forgive this Yin for being rude." Those 4 could not help but exchange looks. After pondering for a moment, their leader waved his hands towards the others, indicating for them to leave first. While they were taken aback, they could only obey their chief's instructions as they all left in unison. Only the 4 martial saints of Great Snowy Mountain remained in the Great Hall. The leader said, "Young Master Yin is polite. Senior Apprentice Brother by being willing to lend you the descending spirit jade pendant. Young Master Yin is a friend of my Great Snowy Mountain. Still, what is the name of your senior?" Bai Ziming himself had still not been able to completely communicate with the Floating Gate world through the descending spirit jade pendant. Otherwise, he would definitely have been the first to attempt it, first greeting and communicating with his sect. In lending this to Yin Zhaoga on one hand, it was to form a good relationship with him. On the other, it was also with the intention of borrowing Yin Zhaoga's strength to complete the ritual. After all, Yin Zhaoga always had shocking feats, especially in the area of various miscellaneous arts and formations which left the world sighing in admiration. And the truth now proved that Bai Ziming had guessed correctly. Yin Zhaoga and the 4 elders of Great Snowy Mountain were all well aware of this. Still, there was no need for them to mention it openly. Yin Zhaoga said, "My Grand Master's surname is Yuan, and his name is Shang's Hengxiaphone." Hearing Yuan Zhengfeng's name, they were instantly rather taken aback as they exchanged glances. Noticing that their expressions were not quite right, Yin Zhaoga asked, "Mr. Bai said that he once met my Grand Master. When he ascended to the world beyond worlds earlier, my Grand Master even went to Great Snowy Mountain's icy palace to observe his ceremony." Bitter smiles appeared on the faces of the 4 Great Snowy Mountain experts. One of them sighed, "To tell you the truth, we are naturally acquainted with your Grandmaster, Mr. Yuan. While we have only met a few times, we still have a deep impression of him." Still, he shook his head slightly. Changing the topic, Senior Apprentice Brother Bai once said before ascending that Mr. Yuan will soon be able to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity stage. Still, young Master Yin, I fear that you will not be able to see him ascend to the world beyond worlds within a short period of time. Yin Zhaoga asked, "Why is that?" The other party answered, "Your Grand Master, Yuan Equaling Heaven, was originally a guest elder of our Floating Gate world's Towering Wave Pavilion. Towering Wave Pavilion was destroyed by the Heavy Sun sect before this. While your Grand Master was not of the direct lineage of Towering Wave Pavilion, he was highly regarded by the Heavy Sun sect, who trapped him at the mouth of the West Sea with a trap." Yin Zhaoga was rendered speechless upon hearing his words. He had heard Bai Ziming mention the Heavy Sun sect before. It was the number 1 power of the Floating Gate world in recent years, the strongest sect. There was not just a single one of their experts who had ascended to the world beyond worlds. It was even rumored that they had even re-established their sect in the world beyond worlds, just that it was not in the Royal Reed Sea. The elder from the Great Snow Mountain continued, "Mr. Yuan's strength is astonishing. Even the leader of the Chongyang sect was no match for him. This time, the Chongyang sect took advantage of his unpreparedness and trapped him in the eye of the ocean with a trap. Then, they launched a surprise attack and destroyed the Towering Wave Pavilion. Yin Zhaoga asked in a heavy tone. How is my grandmaster now? The great snowy mountain elder answered. After destroying towering wave pavilion, the heavy sun sect dispatched a great number of experts to the West Sea. Still, they were unable to do anything to your grandmaster, only able to make use of the geographical advantage of the mouth of the sea to set up a formation to trap him. The two sides are currently in a stalemate. The heavy sun sect should be planning to slowly whittle away at his strength. Chapter 737. Speaking of Yuan Zhengfeng, that great snowy mountain elder sighed in admiration as well. As a guest elder of towering wave pavilion before this, Yuan Zhengfeng seldom made a move. Even when he did, it was only for a brief moment. As a result, most people had underestimated him. It was only in the recent great battles between the Heavy Sun Sect and Towering Wave Pavilion that Yuan Zhengfeng had finally gone all out, that everyone discovered that his strength reigned supreme over the entire Floating Gate world. Even Bai Ziming, who had just ascended to the world beyond worlds, had been weaker than Yuan Zhengfeng at the peak of the third level of the Martial Saint realm before his ascension. This was something that Bai Ziming, who had already ascended, did not know. Facing Yin Zhaoga, who proclaimed himself to be Yuan Zhengfeng's grand disciple, the great snowy mountain elders all sighed in admiration as they thought to themselves, so that's how it is. Yuan Zhengfeng's sudden appearance in the Floating Gate world was a mystery. Everyone guessed that he hailed from another world. Now, these great snowy mountain elders thought that Yuan Zhengfeng had been born in the world beyond worlds and had somehow come to the Floating Gate world. They had thought that Yuan Zhengfeng's previous actions of remaining low-key and concentrating on his cultivation had been for the sake of returning to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. From the looks of it now, it was only natural. Yin Zhaoga had no time to ponder over their thoughts now. It was fine for him to be trapped within the wound of the sky now. Yin Zhaoga had created this situation himself. He naturally had a way to extricate himself. Still, it would be hard for him to descend into the Floating Gate world within a short period of time. While his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, was currently trapped in the Floating Gate world, it did not seem like much of a problem for the time being. Still, this was not a solution in the long run. Yin Zhaoga had borrowed Bai Ziming's descending spirit jade pendant to send a strand of his divine sense to the Floating Gate world, but it would similarly only be able to last for a very short period of time. Making use of the geographical location of the mouth of the sea to set up a formation. Yin Zhaoga pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, would it be convenient for you to describe that mouth of the West Sea to this Yin? The four great snowy mountain martial saints were all taken aback upon hearing his words. After exchanging looks, one of them still gave Yin Zhaoga a detailed description of the situation there. It is a whirlpool type of sea. That is good then. Yin Zhaoga instantly relaxed upon hearing this before he said solemnly, since that is so, this Yin has two matters that I hope that you can help me with. The great snowy mountain martial elders were silent for a moment. While Yin Zhaoga possessed Bai Ziming's descending spirit jade pendant, his relationship with Bai Ziming had only been based on Yin Zhaoga's side of the story. They actually still had some doubts about Yin Zhaoga's identity. Still, after discussing with one another via sound transmission, they still said, Young Master Yin, why don't you tell us what it is first? From Yin Zhaoga's words, it seemed like he did not want them to directly help Yuan Zhengfeng deal with the Heavy Sun sect. They could not help but feel rather curious as to what exactly Yin Zhaoga wanted to do. Yin Zhaoga said, Actually, it is not difficult. I heard Mr. Bai mention before that there is a treasure in the Floating Gate world, known as the Leakless Sea Bone. The current leader of the Great Snow Mountain nodded. Yes, this is a specialty of the West Ocean. Yin Zhaoga said, The first thing is that this Yin would like to entrust the people of Great Snowy Mountain to collect some leakless sea bones. I don't need many, just 3 or 4 complete ones would suffice. Bury them 350 kilometers to the north of the West Sea's mouth, piercing through the earth veins and entering the fire pit veins. The other party asked, and then? Yin Zhaoga laughed lightly. The first matter ends here. It is just that simple. There is no need to do anything else. The great snowy mountain martial practitioners all exchanged looks, unable to make heads or tails of what he had just said. Yin Zhaoge said, "You only have to do as I say, and you will be able to watch in peace as my Grand Master emerges from the sea to deal with the Heavy Sun sect. To your clan, wouldn't this also be a wonderful thing?" Of course it would be a wonderful thing. Also, they would not have to take the risk and fight. Those of Great Snowy Mountain did not feel embarrassed about this, just feeling that it was hard to believe. 350 kilometers was a very short distance to marshal Saint experts. If they went to bury the leakless sea bones, they would definitely be discovered by the Heavy Sun sect. Still, with the Heavy Sun sect not knowing the truth, they would most likely not pay them any heed. After all, Yuan Zhengfeng in the Eye of the Sea had already left them badly battered. Before they had taken care of Yuan Zhengfeng, while the Heavy Sun sect was powerful, they would not be willing to complicate matters. Great Snowy Mountain was not a pushover. After Bai Ziming's ascension, they could be considered to have people in the world beyond worlds. What is the second matter? The chief of Great Snowy Mountain did not agree or disagree. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, "I wonder what young Master Yan's second matter is?" Yin Zhaoge said, "The second matter is that after the matter at the West Sea has been settled, please lead my Grand Master to this ice palace and hand these 2 spirit talismans over to him." With that, light flickered in the eyes of the statue of Bai Ziming where Yin Zhaoge's consciousness resided. A strand of radiance was emitted from the statue before condensing into 2 spirit patterns in front of the shrine. Seeing this, the 4 Great Snowy Mountain martial practitioners could generally recognize that it was something similar to a spatial marker. However, they were unable to make out any more details. The current chief of Great Snowy Mountain pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 jade talismans, storing those 2 spirit patterns and forming them into spirit talismans. The 4 exchanged glances, conversing in secret. Yin Zhaoge waited for a moment. Seeing that they were still silent, he smiled. This Yin has confirmed the location of the floating gate world this time. It will be much more convenient for Mr. Bai to descend with his divine will or return with his true body to the floating gate world next time. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories reign supreme. Mr. Bai is currently a guest elder of the southeastern exalts lineage, having plenty of time and freedom. I believe that he will contact you very soon. Hearing this, the hearts of those of Great Snowy Mountain jolted slightly. While Yin Zhaoge's words seemed casual, they were not without purpose. Instead, he was hinting that Bai Ziming was currently in a good situation as he had already successfully stabilized his footing in the world beyond worlds, even having a powerful backer. While the Heavy Sun sect was not a minor power in the world beyond worlds, Bai Ziming did not have to fear them. This way, Great Snowy Mountain would not have to fear making things difficult for the Heavy Sun sect in the Floating Gate world. Moreover, they were not directly enemies of the Heavy Sun sect. If the Heavy Sun sect wanted to go all out against Great Snowy Mountain, they would still have to consider it. Having no further worries, that 3rd-level Marshal Saint Old Man gazed at his 3 fellow disciples, secretly sending via sound transmission. If this person's words are true, his background as well as Yuan Zhengfeng's cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, Senior Apprentice Brother Bai would not have lent out the Descending Spirit Jade Pendant. One of them said hesitantly, "We are currently unable to contact Senior Apprentice Brother Bai. How do we know if his words are true or false?" The old man said, "What he did just now was to prove that what he said was true." The other party came to a realization. Right, his matching talisman technique is the same as Senior Apprentice Brother Bai's. It should be Senior Apprentice Brother Bai who taught him of his own accord, also serving as proof of their relationship. A cold look surfaced in his eyes. With Yuan Zhengfeng having emerged from the geyser mouth of the West Sea, it is already questionable whether the Heavy Sun sect will be able to block him. He would not have the energy to bear a grudge against us then. With the Heavy Sun sect weakened, it is our Great Snowy Mountain who reigns supreme in the Floating Gate world. Some risks would also not be a problem. Hearing his words, the other 3 were silent, nodding slowly after a while. The old man immediately said emotionally, "Rest easy, young Master Yin. This old man will definitely not let you down." Chapter 738. Hearing the other party agree, Yin Zhaoge smiled inwardly. From Bai Ziming, Yin Zhaoge more or less understood the situation of the floating gate world. The great power of the Heavy Sun sect inevitably pressured the other sects, Great Snowy Mountain included. The other sects would naturally be happy to see a chance to overturn the Heavy Sun sect, especially Great Snowy Mountain, whose strength was second only to the Heavy Sun sect. Yuan Jingfeng's strength was something that surpassed everyone's expectations in the floating gate world. It was to the extent that even Towering Wave Pavilion, where Yuan Jingfeng resided, might not be fully aware of his background. In the end, the Heavy Sun sect had nearly kicked a metal plate in destroying Towering Wave Pavilion. Fortunately, Yuan Jingfeng was unfamiliar with the place at the end of the day, as he had been trapped by the Heavy Sun sect using the special geographical advantage of the West CCI. However, even having trapped Yuan Jingfeng, it was still a tough bone to chew for the Heavy Sun sect, unable to dismount from it. This inevitably caused Great Snowy Mountain and the other sects to have some thoughts. It was just that the Heavy Sun sect was powerful at the end of the day, also having many experts in the world beyond worlds with a deep background and deep roots. Great Snowy Mountain felt apprehensive as they dared not act rashly. Now, however, having learned from Yin Zhaoge that Bai Ziming also had a powerful backer in the world beyond worlds and did not fear the power of the Heavy Sun sect, the doubts in the hearts of those of Great Snowy Mountain were instantly dispelled. Overturning the Heavy Sun sect had been their own goal in the first place. When the time was ripe, Great Snowy Mountain would also act. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was not worried that they would refuse. From a certain perspective, this was a matter of mutual benefit. It was even to the extent that he and his grandmaster had helped their Great Snowy Mountain. Otherwise, Great Snowy Mountain alone would not have been able to overturn the Heavy Sun sect in the Floating Gate world. Bai Ziming had a backer of the Southeastern Exalt in the world beyond worlds. While he was more than capable of defending, he lacked the ability to advance. Wary of the Southeastern Exalt, the Heavy Sun sect dared not make things difficult for Bai Ziming and Great Snowy Mountain. However, Bai Ziming similarly would not be able to invite descendants of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage to assist him in attacking the Heavy Sun sect in the Floating Gate world. At the very least, with Bai Ziming's current status in Golden Court Mountain, he would definitely not be able to do this. Yin Zhaoge believed that as long as Great Snowy Mountain had the ambition of replacing the Heavy Sun sect as the leader of the Floating Gate world, they would most likely agree to it. At the very most, they would only be doubt hat he was exaggerating and deceiving them, and doubt hat the sect Marshal Yang sect would be. But they did not need to personally fight with the Heavy Sun sect, which undoubtedly reduced the risk to the lowest. Yuan Jingfeng had escaped, and the Heavy Sun sect didn't even have time to deal with Yuan Jingfeng. So how could they take care of them? At that time, even if they truly joined forces with Yuan Jingfeng, even if the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds descended, they would probably not be able to do anything to them. It was even uncertain who would emerge victorious. From the descriptions of these four Great Snowy Mountain experts, Yin Zhaoge could tell that his grandmaster, Yuan Jingfeng, was currently already invincible in one-on-one battles in the Floating Gate world. Even a group of people attacking him together might not be his match. Under such circumstances, if the Great Snow Mountain had even the slightest bit of ambition, they would have made their move. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you all. This Yin shall first thank you here. After Yin Zhaoge had finished speaking, the radiance within the eyes of Bai Ziming's statue gradually dimmed. The effect of the descending spirit jade pendant had reached its limit. Yin Zhaoge's consciousness left the statue along with the wisp of jade-green smoke. It rose upwards and quickly returned to the void. After traveling through the void again, the dark green smoke returned to the space enveloped by the blood-red crystal wall. As the smoke returned to the jade pendant, Yin Zhaoge's split consciousness also completely returned to his body. Regaining his wits, Yin Zhaoge looked at the blood-red vortex before him, a thought flashing through his mind. While the vortex is still ferocious, it is already at the end of its tether. Madame Kong, Tanjin and the others similarly realized this as they resisted the vortex neither hurriedly nor hastily. The sword light that resembled flowing water coiled amidst space, encircling the heavens as it avoided the blood-red vortex. Amidst that long river of time, Yin Zhaoge could feel 3 pairs of icy gazes focused on him. Madame Kong and her sons clearly already hated Yin Zhaoge to the bone. As soon as the blood-red vortex vanished, they would probably immediately attack him. Meanwhile, Tanjin and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were instead much calmer. Even as Tanjin resisted the suction force of the blood-red vortex, a considerable amount of her attention was placed on that treasured mirror in her bosom. Yin Zhaoge noticed that the mirror light emitted from that treasured mirror had clearly penetrated through the blood-red crystal wall as well, extending into the distance. From the looks of it, Luo Ziyuan and the others will probably be able to return very soon. Yin Zhaoge could clearly see this. After pondering for a moment, the corners of his mouth slowly arched upwards. This won't do. He gazed at the blood-red vortex that was gradually beginning to weaken. As it weakened unceasingly, he suddenly forcefully slapped the Myriad Dragon Palace. The great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace opened, a streak of radiance suddenly shooting out from within. The roar of a dragon that shocked the heavens resounded as streams of dragon might swept through the surrounding area. Madame Kong and her sons, as well as Tanjin and the others, were all shocked. Gazing over, they discovered that it was not a living true dragon, instead being a massive dragon corpse. While it was already dead, its dragon corpse still emanated a powerful, intimidating aura. Under Yin Zhaoge's control, this dragon corpse directly plunged into the blood-red vortex. Yin Zhaoge roared, "Sacrifice!" He extended his hand and drew something amid space, his fresh blood instantly transforming into a massive spirit talisman, which was also plunged into the blood-red vortex. How powerful was the qi and blood of a true dragon? As it was completely sacrificed at this moment, majestic, tough qi and blood erupted in an instant, resembling the explosion of a blazing hot sun. The vigorous qi and blood was sucked in by the blood-red vortex. The blood-red vortex, which had originally already begun weakening, instantly flourished. However, after being merged within by that massive spirit talisman formed of Yin Zhaoge's essence blood, the blood-red vortex did not continue expanding as it instead became even more unstable. The blood-red crystal walls that enveloped the surrounding space similarly shook intensely, seeming as though they might shatter at any moment. Madame Kong, Tanjin, and the others all cursed inwardly. The next moment, the blood-red vortex mightily exploded as well, expanding rapidly outwards. Meanwhile, the external blood-red crystal walls simultaneously shattered before collapsing inwards together. One inside, one outside, one advancing, one retreating. They rapidly transformed into an all-encompassing mist of blood, forming a massive blood cloud that suffused the air. Everyone could only see the dense color of blood before their eyes. Neither up nor down, neither front nor back, neither left nor right. In the territory of the world beyond world's royal reed seas phoenix-bearing region, the wound of the sky that had originally been there was now gradually vanishing, the vast color of blood visible in the horizon. As time passed, the blood color gradually dissipated, but the wound in the sky did not return to its original state. The cloud turned from blood red to colorless and transparent. In the cloud, everyone and everything was between reality and illusion, making it difficult for them to move. Tanjin of the Radiant Light sect let out a long howl filled with both shock and fury. Through the invisible layer of clouds, she could clearly see that in the void outside the layer of clouds, there was an immeasurable amount of light flashing, and several figures appeared. It was the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, and the others. Luo Ziyuan and the others were both shocked and enraged as they discovered that their path back to the world beyond worlds had been completely blocked off by this clump of cloud. As a result, despite all the hardships they had gone through to rush back, they could only remain in the chaotic space-time outside of the world beyond worlds. To be continued. Chapter 739. Yin Zhaoge's guess was not wrong. Luo Ziyuan and the others were just a single step away from arriving at this wound of the sky. Yet they were still stuck outside the world beyond worlds just because of this one step. The chaotic space-time overlapped. It seemed like there were paths everywhere, but in fact, no matter which direction one took, one's destination might be extremely far away. Only by finding the right path and stepping into the right spatial level would one be able to reach the place they wanted to go. It was just like how Yin Zhaoge and Bai Ziming had similarly faced many difficulties in searching for the floating gate world previously. Like Yin Zhaoge, those of the Radiant Light sect had also left behind signposts in the world beyond worlds. However, affected by the spatial storms brought about by the collapse of the dim Radiant Mausoleum earlier, it had been much more difficult for them to ascertain their path than it had been for Yin Zhaoge, who was protected by the dim Radiant Wheel. They finally managed to contact Tianjin and the others who had remained in the world beyond worlds. Working together, they attempted to use the wound of the sky in the Phoenix-bearing region to return. But as soon as they arrived, the sky wound disappeared. What appeared in front of Luo Ziyuan and the others was a cloud of nothingness that seemed to separate the real and the illusory worlds. They tried to enter the cloud, but they found that the cloud was like an illusion. It was difficult to actually touch it. He was still unable to find the wound of the sky. He was similarly unable to find the path back to the world beyond worlds. While it seemed like it was covered by a thin veil, Luo Ziyuan was even able to clearly see the faces of Yin Zhaoge, Madame Kong, Tianjin, and the others amidst the illusory clump of clouds. Tianjin said something loudly to him, but no sound came out. Luo Ziyuan could only read her lips. Tianjin pointed at Yin Zhaoge, saying, "This place should have originally been where the wound of the sky was. Yet it was destroyed by this kid." Currently, Yin Zhaoge was also situated amidst the illusory clump of clouds, his body similarly half illusory and half real, as it was hard for him to move. His whole body was like a little bug frozen in amber. It was not just him. The Northern Ocean clone beside him and the Myriad Dragon Palace had been reduced to such a state as well. It was the same for Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and Pan Pan within the Great Hall. It was to the extent that even some of the remaining true dragon corpses stored within the depths of the Myriad Dragon Palace had become illusory and blurry, having lost their physical form. The only two exceptions were the dim Radiant Wheel and the extreme Yang Seal. The two treasures remained in their original forms as they hovered quietly amidst the illusory domain. Apart from that, Yin Zhaoge's accompanying sacred artifacts, as well as the Cold Sun Divine Saber that Feng Yinsheng possessed, which had yet to reach full completion, had also lost their tangible form like they had, only an illusory image remaining. Yin Zhaoge was not panicked, as he even smiled and waved at Luo Ziyuan and the others who were outside the illusory clump of clouds. Regardless of whether it was Tianjin and the others inside the cloud, or Luo Ziyuan and the others outside the cloud who were affected by the void storm, they could not help but feel even more depressed when they saw this. This was especially so for Luo Ziyuan's group. Following closely behind them was the violent spatial turbulence. It was difficult for them to stay outside the cloud, and they were about to be swept away by the turbulence again. The chaotic spatial flows here were already much weaker than when the dim Radiant Mausoleum had first shattered. As time passed, the influence on the people of the Radiant Light sect would grow weaker and weaker. There would come a day when they would successfully break free. However, Luo Ziyuan and the others, who were already exhausted, saw the door of hope open and close before their eyes. Their patience had reached its limit. His face livid, Luo Ziyuan roared, a golden wheel appearing in his hands as all-encompassing sunlight illuminated the surrounding space. Seeing that only a single sun wheel remained of the Radiant Light sect's supreme treasure, the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels, Luo Ziyuan felt even more furious. The one who had caused all this was none other than Yin Zhaoge before him. He wielded the Sun Wheel, its radiance protecting him as he relied on the spiritual force within to forcibly attach himself to that illusory clump of clouds. Where the clump of clouds and the radiance of the sun will came into contact, space distorted unceasingly as it vaguely showed signs of returning to normal. Still, it was still lacking at the end of the day as the illusory clump of clouds remained unchanged. Instead, Luo Zhan relied on this to firmly attach himself to this region of space that had undergone a change, preventing himself from being swept away by the chaotic flows of space outside. It was just that the other radiant light sect experts did not possess a supreme treasure like the sun-moon wheels, as they could only be devoured by the chaotic flows of space. Helplessly watching on as they distanced themselves from the illusory clump of clouds and the wound of the sky. The enraged howls of the radiant light sect longtime experts resounded amidst space, filled with fury and unwillingness. The chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Zhan, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, could only grit his teeth now. Amidst the clump of clouds, Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he watched all of this. Madame Kong, Tanjin, and the others wanted to make a move, yet discovered that they were powerless in their current state. Amidst the clump of clouds, they could only look at one another for a time, staring at one another as no one was able to do anything to the other. Protected by Madame Kong, Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng were both greatly astonished. What exactly is going on here? Madame Kang's gaze gradually calmed as she pondered for a moment before saying, "All things in this world have yin and yang as well as illusory and real. With the change in the wound of the sky, this region of space has become like an illusory world of nothingness." Kong Jinyuan stared wide-eyed. How could this be? There is a problem with the sacrificial ritual that Yin Zhaoge executed just now. A change occurring at the final juncture, as not only was that dragon corpse sacrificed, this region of space was sacrificed as well. An inconceivable expression appeared on Madame Kang's face as well. I originally thought that this sacrificial ritual was the blood devil sacrificial ritual. Yet it became the illusory devil sacrificial ritual afterwards. This is a legendary devilish technique of pre-Great Calamity times, being extremely rare even then. How could this Yin Zhaoge recognize it? Madame Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. I still underestimated him. Being able to know so many secrets, could he really be a descendant of the exalted solar luminary? Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, "This fella is really too crafty. If I do not dismember his corpse into 10,000 pieces, it would really be hard to quench my hatred." Madame Kong looked exasperatedly at him. "You still dare to say that? I already told you not to interfere. Yet, you just had to sacrifice the blood curse shattering space all, helping him instead. If I had not taken out the blood curse shattering space all back then, Mother, you would have been jointly attacked by him and those radiant light sect scum," Kong Jinyuan said defiantly. Then his voice lowered slightly. Who knew that this fellow would be crafty to such an extent? Madame Kong had a vexed expression on her face as Kong Maosheng now said. He should only be trying to make things more convenient for himself due to the circumstances. Actually, he is also in a disadvantageous situation. He is currently in the same situation as us, similarly having to resist the blood-red vortex just now. While we do not know what exactly he came to the wound of the sky for, he is also unable to do so now as he is trapped here with us. Kong Maosheng surveyed their surroundings. As time drags on, the other seniors will come looking for us. The Radiant Light sect might send people over as well. Instead, it is hard to say whether this Yin Zhaoge has reinforcements or not. Even if he does, our chances are still greater at the end of the day. There is also no need to just keep waiting, Madame Kong said. This place might not be able to trap us for too long. Let's see who can break free first. Radiance flickered within her pupils, the surrounding illusory clouds rippling wherever the light passed. Time seemed to flow in reverse as the illusory domain vaguely showed signs of returning to its previous state. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled. I am in even less of a hurry. This is a good place to cultivate. All of you, Accompany me in cultivating here. Chapter 740. At a time like this, the superiority of their supreme martial arts was manifested. Madame Kong, who was also a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, was in a different situation from the Radiant Light sect's elder Tanjin. Tanjin could only helplessly remain trapped amidst the illusory domain. Meanwhile, light circulated within Madame Kang's eyes, resembling flowing water in time. This radiance even caused the space around Madame Kong to gradually change, seemingly about to turn from illusory to real. She herself and the space around her seemed to be flowing in reverse, wanting to return to how it had been before Yin Zhaoge had unleashed the sacrificial ritual. Currently, she was still trying to analyze it, only being able to vaguely see some signs that were still unclear. As time passed unceasingly, Madame Kong seemed to have gradually gained something. Her illusory figure was truly beginning to advance into a tangible form. While it was extremely slow to the point that it was virtually negligible and hard to distinguish with the naked eye, everything was truly happening. Yin Zhaoge also knew that as she gradually turned from illusory to real, her cultivation base being unleashed more and more completely, her recovery speed would gradually increase. The further she progressed, the faster her recovery speed would be. The Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture is indeed miraculous beyond compare. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise as he watched. A pity that your cultivation base is still a little too low. If you were an immortal bridge martial saint, you would probably be able to restore this wound of the sky to its original state in a short instant. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. It is the same for me. If his cultivation base was high enough, it would be even easier for him to restore this place than it was for Madame Kong, who cultivated in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. Still, Yin Zhaoge was not in a rush. On one hand, he had made some arrangements over at the Floating Gate world, at least not feeling uneasy. Kong Maosheng had thought that Yin Zhaoge had been trapped here as well, having been unable to accomplish what he had originally wanted to do. On the other hand, Yin Zhaoge wanted to make use of this illusory domain to cultivate. Currently, we are in such a complex environment. It is actually the most suitable place to analyze the profundities of the spatial heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. A pity that I don't have it on hand. The spatial heavenly scripture was one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, elaborating on the profundities of the changes between real and illusory space, as it was one of the peak scriptures of its type. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge, Madame Kong, or Tanjin, if they cultivated and comprehended the Tao with the spatial heavenly scripture as their foundation, they would definitely be able to move about freely within this illusory domain as they pleased. Yin Zhaoge even suspected that martial practitioners who had attained a certain level of attainment in the spatial heavenly scripture would be able to traverse the wounds of the sky without being at the third level of the martial saint realm or above, not being disturbed by the power of dimensions. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been experts of the Jade, clear lineage who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture, traversing the myriad heavens and the universe on their own. Unfortunately, after the Great Calamity, it was unknown how much it had withered. Still, before entering the dim, radiant mausoleum back then, Yin Zhaoge had determined that the supreme martial art that the Western Exalt had executed was precisely the spatial heavenly scripture. Moreover, it was of the direct lineage too. This meant that this supreme martial art had not been lost. In the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, there were 4 of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. As the foundation of Yin Zhaoge's cultivation, the first primordial scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture, naturally went without saying. Apart from that, there was also the cyclic heavenly scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures, as well as the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures. While Yin Zhaoge did not possess the spatial heavenly scripture now, the current environment was similarly beneficial for him to cultivate in other supreme martial arts. The cyclic heavenly scripture elaborated on the boundless might of opposing and reversing yin and yang. Illusory and real were similarly opposed to yin and yang. Other than that, Yin Zhaoge was preparing to begin cultivating in his third primordial heavenly scripture. This time, he had chosen the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The yin-yang heavenly scripture elaborated on the profound principles of the variations of yin and yang, numerous principles arising unceasingly with infinite variations. Yet, it similarly involved the variations of illusory yin and actual yang. The myriad arts of the heavens and earth, the various Taos, were never isolated from one another. As for the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture, it was a treasured scripture that elaborated on the myriad phenomena of the heavens and earth, encompassing all things. Still, Yin Zhaoge had previously already cultivated in the supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage, the immortal ending sword manual. The immortal ending sword extinguished all things, be they tangible or formless, illusory or real, possessing infinite variations. From a certain point of view, this sword just happened to counter the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture, the two mutually reinforcing and restraining each other as they shared some similarities in terms of principles. Therefore, the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture definitely still had to be cultivated in. Still, there was no rush. Yin Zhaoge could first carefully analyze the immortal ending sword manual. Therefore, the yin-yang heavenly scripture had become Yin Zhaoge's first choice in cultivating in the third primordial heavenly scripture. He sat calmly amidst the illusory domain, a great amount of scriptures that flickered with light appearing within his pupils. Gradually, changes occurred in Yin Zhaoge's pupils as one of them turned completely black while the other turned completely white. He closed his eyes, a pondering look appearing on his face. Madame Kong vaguely sensed something. Gazing over, she saw Yin Zhaoge sitting in the meditative position with his eyes closed, his figure merging with the illusory domain as nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yin Zhaoge gazed inwardly at the chaotic qi mass within his body, which gradually transformed into two streams of qi, one black and one white, one yin and one yang, coiling unceasingly. Afterwards, the two qis of yin and yang split apart unceasingly, forming countless streams of yin qi and yang qi, which interconnected and stimulated one another. As the yin qi entered the yang qi, it manifested yin amidst yang, the phenomenon of minor yin. As the yang qi entered the yin qi, it manifested yang amidst yin, the phenomenon of minor yang. As the yin qi entered the yin qi, it manifested yin amidst yin, the phenomenon of extreme yin. As the yang qi entered the yang qi, it manifested yang amidst yang, the phenomenon of extreme yang. The four phenomena were independent yet integrated as one, finally merging together as they gradually transformed into two yin and yang fish which embraced each other, appearing completely natural. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes. The pupil of his left eye was pure white, while the scare of his right eye was jet black, while the pupil of his right eye was jet black, while the scare of his right eye was pure white. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge's eyes regained their original state. This time, he nodded slightly. Yes, with this I am now on the right track, successfully taking the first step. Thoughts flashing within Yin Zhaoge's mind. The power of dim moon that he had absorbed from the dim sun cold moon ritual earlier was reborn from the chaos. The two qis of yin and yang within Yin Zhaoge's dantian guided the power of dim moon to combine, the phenomenon of minor yin amidst yang. Unceasingly refined, the power of dim moon was quickly transformed into the power of minor yin. Yin Zhaoge smiled the second step. As Yin Zhaoge regained his wits, he saw that Madame Kang's figure was already half real, half illusory. Beneath her influence, this region of illusory dimensions was even shaking somewhat. The space that resembled a clump of clouds seemed to have the momentum of dissipating like smoke. Swiveling his head to look, Yin Zhaoge saw that Luo Ziyuan's face was like steel as he was expressionless. With the help of the sun-moon wheels, he was stuck firmly to the clump of clouds, looking like a tiger eyeing its prey. I wonder how Grandmaster is doing over there. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he took out the descending spirit jade pendant that he had obtained from by zimming once more. The jade pendant had now transformed into an illusory image that only had its form. Still, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge secretly circulating the cyclic heavenly scripture, the jade pendant instantly turned from illusory to tangible once more. To be continued. Chapter 741. After using Bai Ziming's descending spirit jade pendant, he would need to wait at least a month before he could use it again. Still, as Yin Zhaoge and the others were trapped within this illusory domain, the concepts of time and space had all become blurry. Coming into contact with the jade pendant, Yin Zhaoge could currently feel the spiritual force within gradually recovering. As he poured his true essence into it, the dark green smoke appeared again. The smoke was illusory in the first place, so it could travel unimpeded in this special spatial domain, drifting far away. Yin Zhaoge split off a strand of his mind, traversing endless space alongside the smoke as they descended once more into the floating gate world. When Yin Zhaoge's mind descended upon Great Snowy Mountain once more, a commotion arose all over it once more. However, compared to the first time, this time was much calmer. It could be assumed that the high-level martial artists of the Great Snow Mountain had already made arrangements. Also, they did not know whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Bai Ziming who had descended this time. Seeing that it was Yin Zhaoge who had descended once more, the current chief of Great Snowy Mountain also did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The treasures that their ascended powerhouses used to communicate with their god's descent ended up being used by others. While he cursed inwardly, he still maintained a solemn expression. Fortunately, I have not let you down. The matter that young Master Yin mentioned that day has already been accomplished by my Great Snowy Mountain. Your Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng, Mr. Yuan, has long since escaped from the West Sea. The sect leader of the Great Snow Mountain sighed in his heart as he recalled the scene back then. The 4 leakless sea bones were inserted into the fire pith vein 700 miles to the north of the Eye of the Sea. In just a short while, the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding fire pith vein underwent a tremendous change. The whirlpool in the West Seas, I actually started to reverse. The deep sea surged, no longer sinking, but surging upwards. For a moment, the entire West Sea was flooded with waves, and the seawater rushed into the clouds, hanging in the sky. At that moment, the sky and the sea seemed to have reversed. All the Heavy Sun sect martial artists were caught unprepared and were pushed back by the wild tide. Yuan Zhengfeng, who had been suppressed by the whirlpool of the sea, was directly ejected from the bottom of the sea. The cultivators of the Great Snow Mountain who were still in the West Sea were almost swallowed up by the heaven-defying tide. They hurriedly retreated, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. At first, seeing how confident Yin Zhaoge was, they had thought of giving it a try. When it really happened, the people of the Great Snow Mountain were just as surprised as the warriors of the Heavy Sun sect. While he was shocked, he was also filled with doubts. Although he knew that it was because he had buried the leakless sea bone, he still did not understand the true reason behind it. This caused Yin Zhaoge to have an even more profound and indiscernible impression in the hearts of those of Great Snowy Mountain. Yin Zhaoge smiled. And the Heavy Sun sect? The expert from the Great Snow Mountain also revealed a smile. After your Grandmaster came out of the West Sea, he went on a killing spree and killed the sect master of the Heavy Sun sect on the spot. More than half of the other high-level experts of the Heavy Sun sect were killed or injured. Speaking of this, the other party sighed inwardly. When Yuan Zhengfeng had gone out to sea that day, he had displayed great power that had once again shocked the entire Jambu realm. Before Bai Ziming ascended, although the Heavy Sun sect was the #1 power in the Jambu realm, Bai Ziming was unquestionably the #1 expert in the Jambu realm. After he ascended, the sect leader of the Heavy Sun sect replaced him and took the lead. But it was precisely such a martial arts giant who stood proudly in the Jambu world that had been beaten to death on the spot by Yuan Zhengfeng, without even a chance to escape. Apart from that, there were other martial sage realm experts of the Heavy Sun sect who were also killed by Yuan Zhengfeng. This battle caused the entire Jambu realm to be filled with fear. If not for the war between the Heavy Sun sect and Towering Wave Pavilion, No one would have known that this one-armed old man, who kept a low profile most of the time, was actually a super vicious person who could virtually destroy the number one sect of the Jambu realm all by himself. In the Jambu realm, Yuan Zhongfeng had not been accompanied by sacred artifact, as he had presided over the entire world barehanded. Still, amidst their sighs, those of Great Snow Mountain felt even more joyous. The Heavy Sun sect had truly suffered a great blow in this battle. Also, after the Battle of the West Sea, Yuan Zhongfeng had directly trampled on the headquarters of the Heavy Sun sect, their Guardian Grand Formation having nearly been broken through. If not for the experts of the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds having descended at a critical juncture, the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate world would probably have been directly exterminated. What was shocking was that the experts of the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds, whose cultivation bases had been suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint realm after having descended to the Floating Gate world, had also been badly battered by Yuan Zhongfeng. They had only managed to barely stabilize the situation after unceasingly sending in reinforcements. Even so, those of the Heavy Sun sect were still stuck at their headquarters, unable to leave. The face of the former number one sect of the Floating Gate world had been completely lost. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised by this. While he appeared benevolent towards his juniors, if one really thought that his Grand Master Yuan Zhongfeng was just a simple, benevolent old man, they would be making a huge mistake. Yuan Zhongfeng, who had risen to prominence alongside Broad Creed Mountain from its darkest times, had never once been stained with blood. Still, Yuan Zhongfeng's strength left Yin Zhaoge looking at him in a different light. There was no disrespect in this. Still, Yin Zhaoge had a general idea of his Grandmaster's strength at the same cultivation level. Yin Zhaoge had also seen Bai Ziming in action before. He was actually rather powerful. While he might not be comparable to the Northern Ocean clone and the Southeastern Exalt's disciple Soaring Feather Guest Chun Zhiliang, who were both early seeing divinity martial saints, he was still definitely an expert. The level of the martial Tao of the Floating Gate world was extremely high. On average, it was even higher than that of the Eight Extremities world. It looks like it is not just his cultivation base that has improved. Grandmaster's strength has similarly risen to a higher level as well, Yin Zhaoge pondered. The chief of Great Snowy Mountain now said, "Your Grandmaster is currently staying at my Great Snowy Mountain as a guest. This old man has already sent someone to inform him to come. He will be arriving shortly." Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Still, looking at the other party, thinking slightly, he already understood that Great Snowy Mountain was most likely helping to mediate between Yuan Zhongfeng and the Heavy Sun sect. The Heavy Sun sect had people in the world beyond worlds. If they completely exterminated the Floating Gate world's Heavy Sun sect, Yuan Zhongfeng would either ascend or return to the Eight Extremities world, leaving just like that. Great Snowy Mountain, however, would still have to remain in the Floating Gate world. At that time, the rage of the Heavy Sun sect experts of the world beyond worlds would inevitably be borne by Great Snowy Mountain. While Bai Ziming had sought the protection of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, it was hard to say whether the Heavy Sun sect would still be able to maintain their rationality. Great Snowy Mountain clearly did not want to go all out. On the contrary, with the current situation, the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate world had already suffered a great blow to its vitality, its experts dying off as it was destined to fall from its position as the number one sect of the Floating Gate world. Great Snowy Mountain could already replace it. It was impossible for the experts of the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds to remain in the Floating Gate world forever. If Great Snowy Mountain did not exterminate them all, the Heavy Sun sect would most likely only be able to grit their teeth and bear it. Yin Zhaoge was not concerned about this. It was fine as long as his Grandmaster, Yuan Zhongfeng, was willing. Now, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. His mind attached to the statue. Yin Zhaoge's heart involuntarily trembled as he saw this figure. To be continued. Chapter 742. He was a skinny and small old man with an unprepossessing appearance. However, in Yin Zhaoge's eyes, it was incomparably lofty. His left sleeve was empty as it was flung about, causing Yin Zhaoge to feel a little sad at the sight. It was as if the scene of the old man severing his own arm in the earth abyss and the space-time black hole appeared before his eyes. Inside the grand hall, Bai Ziming's statue's eyes flickered, and he sent out a thought, "Grandmaster." The old man had a smile on his face. He sighed a little, but more than that, he felt gratified. While the statue before him belonged to Bai Ziming, Yin Zhaoga's features were reflected within his mind. "Zhaoga, I really did not expect that we would reunite like this. It is all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the Western Sea's eye." This one-armed old man was naturally the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world that year, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng who had drifted through the chaotic flows of space and arrived in the Floating Gate world. Yin Zhaoga similarly felt rather emotional, but even more joyous. "Disciple Yin Zhaoga greets Grandmaster. Seeing that you are fine, a great weight has finally been lifted from my heart." Yuan Jingfeng asked, "I heard from those of Great Snowy Mountain that you are currently in the world beyond worlds. Did you ascend after attaining the third level of the Martial Saint realm? Or did you have a treasure to protect you as you passed through the wound of the sky? Do you know the situation in the Eight Extremities world?" Yin Zhaoga made a long story short as he gave a general introduction of what had happened after Yuan Jingfeng had gone missing in the Eight Extremities world. The main point was naturally the enmity between Broad Creed Mountain and the Radiant Light sect, as well as his current actions in the world beyond worlds. Yuan Jingfeng had no time to lament about the destruction of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, with whom he had fought for most of his life, as his attention was immediately drawn by the Radiant Light sect. "You are alone in the world beyond worlds." Yuan Jingfeng's expression turned solemn. Yin Zhaoga quickly said, "You can rest easy, Grandmaster. I am currently on rather good terms with those of the Southeastern Exalts lineage. It is sufficient for me to deal with them." Yuan Jingfeng nodded. "Since that is so, this old man will return to the Eight Extremities world as soon as possible, meeting up with Yin Di, Feng Zhuan, junior apprentice brother Zhang, and junior apprentice sister He. This old man and Yin Di are both in the Eight Extremities world. We do not fear the descent of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners." Yin Zhaoga smiled. "I will have to trouble Grandmaster to remain at the third level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage for a period of time. After the battle with the Heavy Sun sect, I'm afraid you're about to take that final step, right?" The corners of Yuan Jingfeng's mouth curled up into a smile. "I have some gains. After analyzing and accumulating, I do have the confidence to try. However, I am not in a hurry." Yin Zhaoga asked, "Are there any spatial traversing treasures?" Earlier, Yin Zhaoga had entrusted the Great Snowy Mountain martial practitioners with two tasks. The first was to help Yuan Jingfeng escape from the sea, Eye of the West Sea. Secondly, he had left behind signposts of the world beyond worlds and the Eight Extremities world for Yuan Jingfeng, making it convenient for him to navigate amidst infinite space. Besides distinguishing one's direction, if there was no dimensional passageway between the two worlds and one didn't cultivate supreme arts like the spatial heavenly scripture, martial practitioners below the seeing divinity stage would basically need some special arts or treasures to travel between the two worlds. For example, Yin Zhaoga had previously made use of the lofty prestige mirror to traverse between the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. Yuan Jingfeng said, "Our friends from Great Snowy Mountain are currently helping this old man plan. These days, I've been borrowing the Great Snow Mountain's power. Firstly, I've been comprehending martial arts. Secondly, I've been waiting for my friends from the Great Snow Mountain to help me prepare a treasure to travel through the void. Thirdly, they mentioned that you might contact them again after some time. Therefore, this old man decided to just wait here and communicate with you, understanding the situation before deciding on our next move." Yin Zhaoga smiled. "It was them who tried to mediate, advising you to stop fighting with the Heavy Sun sect?" Yuan Jingfeng said, "That's right. To them, the current situation is already very good. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough, as they might instead invite trouble. They naturally don't want this old man to continue fighting with the Heavy Sun sect. While it was mutually beneficial, and it was mostly thanks to your idea, Zhaoga, this old man, still had to give them some face in escaping from the sea, Eye of the West Sea. In the Battle of the West Sea, he had slain half of the Heavy Sun sect's territory. He had wreaked havoc at the headquarters of the Heavy Sun sect and slain many of their people, beating many Heavy Sun sect experts who had descended from the world beyond worlds into cowardly turtles. Yuan Zhengfeng had already vented his anger. The reason he had not let it go was because of the destruction of Towering Wave Pavilion. Whatever the case, Yuan Zhengfeng felt that Towering Wave Pavilion had treated him pretty well. As a guest of Towering Wave Pavilion, it had still been destroyed by the Heavy Sun sect. He had been unable to remain unmoved. Afterwards, it had been those of Great Snowy Mountain who had come forward to act as guarantors, helping the few descendants of Towering Wave Pavilion who had managed to escape the calamity of death to continue their lineage and rebuild their legacy, also ensuring that it would continue to be passed down. Thinking that he would eventually have to leave the Floating Gate world one day, while the Heavy Sun sect still had a foundation in the world beyond worlds, Yuan Zhengfeng had agreed not to fight to the death with the Floating Gate world's Heavy Sun sect. This old man did have some gains in the Floating Gate world this time, Yuan Zhengfeng said. Yin Zhaoga had not thought that Yuan Zhengfeng would bring this up on his own. After all, fortune and fortune were very personal matters. The same principle applied to everyone. For Broadcreed Mountain, whether or not they share it with others would mostly depend on their own will. It was not just disciples of the younger generation. This was the same for Yuan Zhengfeng as a senior. Yuan Zhengfeng continued. That year, I once heard Yin Di mention briefly that your mother, Chu Qing, cultivated a martial legacy that was superior to that of our Broadcreed Mountain. Watching Chu Qing battle with others that day, this old man deeply agreed with your father's judgment. Meanwhile, this old man obtained a supreme martial art in the Floating Gate world. After carefully analyzing it, I felt that it was extremely similar to the martial Tao that Chu Qing cultivated in. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoga felt even more puzzled. Life creation heavenly scripture? While he could not be certain if the martial Tao that his mother, Shui Chuqing, cultivated and was the life creation heavenly scripture, or if she cultivated in other martial arts as well, the martial arts that Shui Chuqing had imparted to Xiao Ai and Su Yun were all of the direct lineage of the life creation heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. Indeed, Yuan Zhengfeng said, this supreme martial art is of the jade clear direct lineage, the life creation heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoga asked, is it from Towering Wave Pavilion? Yuan Zhengfeng shook his head. That is not the case. When this old man was adventuring outside, I coincidentally discovered a cave manor that had been sealed for a long time. It was unknown which predecessor left it behind, but I discovered this supreme martial art within it. Yin Zhaoga pondered. That should have nothing to do with mother then. He smiled. Who said that fortuitous encounters were the preserve of the young? Meanwhile, Yuan Zhengfeng continued, apart from that, there was also a powerful thunder art. This old man studied these 2 supreme martial arts and gained much, breaking through multiple bottlenecks in order to achieve what I have today. Life creation heavenly scripture, thunder art. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoga was taken aback as he vaguely seemed to have grasped something. Still, he felt like he was looking at flowers through fog, as everything was hazy. To be continued. Chapter 743. Am I thinking too much? Yin Zhaoga felt as though a spiritual light had flashed within his mind, but it immediately vanished as though it was an illusion. May I ask, Grandmaster, what is the name of this thunder art? Yin Zhaoga asked. Yuan Zhengfeng answered. It is called the Hearts Will Thunder Incantation. If one successfully cultivates it, one can obtain the Hearts Will Thunder. Although it is called lightning, it does not have the form of lightning. Instead, it is thunder that is formed from the thoughts of the human heart. It is strange and unfathomable. This old man has cultivated it for all these years and has only scratched the surface. However, I can already feel that it is boundlessly profound and powerful. Yin Zhaoga muttered to himself, Hearts Will Thunder. How could he not have heard of Lei Tang? The Hearts Will Lightning was ranked 4th among the 9 heavenly lightning, along with the 5 elemental creation lightning, instant lightning, and eternal night lightning. Not to mention its power, Just its strangeness alone could be said to be one of the best among the 9 heavenly thunder. Just as Yuan Jingfeng had said, it was called thunder, but there was no form of thunder or lightning. The sound of thunder directly rang out from the bottom of one's heart. It was the thoughts of one's heart that turned into thunder and exploded. There was no trace of this lightning in the 4 seas and 5 lakes, in the entire universe. However, there was a chance that it existed at the bottom of every intelligent creature's heart, unending and omnipresent. While Yuan Jingfeng had only mentioned it briefly, Yin Zhaoge had already generally understood the results of his cultivation in the Heart's Will Thunder incantation. Normally, when he cultivated this technique in a heart thunder, he would be able to get rid of Yuan Zhengfeng's inner demons and distracting thoughts, which was beneficial for his cultivation. When Yuan Zhengfeng activated this technique, the inner demon lightning would explode in the depths of his opponent's heart. This thunder came from the opponent's own heart, and it was difficult to defend against it with external force. The opponent's cultivation was just a decoration, and it all depended on whether he could subdue the devil in his heart that had suddenly been triggered. If he could resolve it, everything would be fine. But if he couldn't, Yuan Zhengfeng wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be in danger of going berserk and losing without a fight. But at the crucial moment of an intense battle, victory and defeat could be decided by a thin line. At this moment, his opponent was suddenly plagued by inner demons and was greatly disturbed. Naturally, Yuan Zhengfeng had the upper hand. This method was domineering and strange. It came from the heart and rarely showed any signs, so it was impossible to guard against. Depending on the depth of Yuan Zhengfeng's Heart's Will Thunder incantation, the might of the Heart's Will Thunder would also change. If Yuan Zhengfeng cultivated the Heart's Will Thunder incantation to the great success stage, then unless the opponent's cultivation base was much higher than his, the Heart's Devil's Thunder would explode in their hearts and cause them to lose their footing. It's actually Heart's Will Thunder. Even in pre-Great Calamity times, there were very few who grasped this thunder. A strange feeling surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's heart once more, the blurry scene before him vaguely becoming slightly clearer, yet still indistinct. He shook his head slightly and calmed his mind. He looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and asked, "Grandmaster, you cultivate the heavenly tome of life creation, and your vitality is flourishing. Logically speaking, with your current cultivation realm, you should be able to try to regrow your broken arm. It's not impossible." Yuan Zhengfeng smiled faintly. "There's no rush. I've gotten used to it after all these years. To reattach my arm, I still need to make some more preparations. I already have a plan in mind, so you don't have to worry, Zhaoge." Feeling that the effects of the descending spirit jade pendant had reached its end once more, Yin Zhaoge immediately said, "It is great that you are safe and sound. You don't have to worry about me in the world beyond worlds. I will continue to plan and deal with the Radiant Light sect. It won't be long before we resolve this threat. I look forward to meeting you in the world beyond worlds soon. You must take care of yourself in the days to come." Yuan Zhengfeng smiled emotionally. "Go ahead. The heavens and earth for you are incomparably vast, Zhaoge." The jade green mist flew out from the statue, slowly rising into the air. A strand of Yin Zhaoge's consciousness left Great Snowy Mountain and the floating gate whirled along with it. Traversing endless space, Yin Zhaoge retracted his consciousness. The space before him was shimmering with light, as though it was completely immersed within the light of water. The originally illusory domain seemed to gradually regain its physical form, just that it was still different from the original wound of the sky. Yin Zhaoge felt like he was situated within a frozen river of time. In the distance, sword light flickered all over Madame Kang's body, transforming into numerous ripples of water that extended in all directions, affecting this region of space. Her expression gradually turned calm and relaxed as she looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge, feeling like she was accumulating power and waiting to act. Beneath her efforts, the entire region of space had already gradually broken free of its illusory state, regaining its corporeal state. Meanwhile, Madame Kang herself had already vaguely regained the ability to move about freely. While Luo Xuan was still isolated from the light of water, he was also paying close attention to the changes in the space before him. Tianjin and the others were instead trapped by the light of water, still unable to move. Meeting Madame Kang's gaze, Yin Zhaoge smiled, not feeling anxious at all. He was currently in an unprecedentedly good mood. Yuan Zhengfeng was safe and sound, also having a chance of returning to the Eight Extremities world. A huge rock that had been weighing down on Yin Zhaoge's heart all this time had finally been lifted. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge felt at ease, as he even could not help but laugh uproariously. Madame Kang's gaze was slightly cold. Luo Ziyuan, Tianjin, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Still, they all dared not make any rash moves now, afraid that Yin Zhaoge might stir up something again. Yin Zhaoge reigned in his joyful mood as he calmed his laughter, neither panicked nor flustered as he mentally communicated with the slumbering, extreme Yang seal. The true essence within his body changed once more between yin and yang, complementing the extreme Yang seal. Gradually, some pure, refined qi actually flowed into Yin Zhaoge's body from within the extreme Yang seal. Indeed, the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture were contained in the forging of this treasure. Yin Zhaoge silently circulated his profound art, all the true essence within his body transforming into Yang Qi. As the Yang Qi entered, it was birthed, forming Yang amongst Yang, the phenomenon of extreme Yang. An oceanic amount of Yang Qi transformed into the majestic power of extreme Yang. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's lips arched lightly upwards. After minor yin, extreme Yang is also formed. The third step complete. Raising his head and looking at Madame Kang, who was already on the verge of making a move, he immediately smiled. "All right, I have finished my private matters. Let's have a spar." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge's eyes bulged, a bright light shooting out from within. Beneath the circulation of the cyclic heavenly scripture, his body rapidly turned from illusory to real, becoming a real existence once more. Seeing this, Madame Kang was shocked, as she could not be bothered with her incomplete success, as she barely managed to wield her sword light to attack towards Yin Zhaoge. Yet, Yin Zhaoge pricked his fingertip once more, swiftly drawing a complex, profound rune with his essence blood in midair. As the rune was imprinted amid space, the domain of space instantly distorted. Time that resembled water wanted to lock down the changes in space, yet was broken free of them. The domain of space changed unceasingly between illusory and real fingertip, forming a chaotic state. Madame Kang could only barely stabilize her figure as she was no longer able to threaten Yin Zhaoge. Meanwhile, Luo Zan, Tianjin, and the others were being tossed about unceasingly amidst these shocking tides. Amidst Yin Zhaoge's loud laughter, two true dragon corpses flew out of the myriad dragon palace at the same time, being sacrificed by him. In an instant, violent chaotic flows of space appeared once more. To be continued.